I understand that the timing is a little bit strange for me to play Space Marine on this channel now, especially since Rogue Trader just released, so why don't I play that game instead? Well, I've played a little bit of Rogue Trader, I'm gonna play more of it, but to play that game will take me forever. Playing it and then editing it and uploading it and everything would take 5 forevers. I might do a video about Rogue Trader eventually, but that wouldn't be a full Let's Play or anything. At first, they were saying that Space Marine 2 would release in late 2023, so I was thinking, sure, I'll play Space Marine 1 right before Space Marine 2 releases, and then I'll play Space Marine 2, but then they pushed Space Marine 2 to September of 2024, I think it was September 9th. And I thought, you know what, I don't want to wait that long to do a Let's Play of Space Marine, so here we are. I have beat this game on hard, but for the sake of this Let's Play not taking a long time, we'll play it on normal this time. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is only war still. Priority alarm. Xenos invasion force detected. Invasion targets gray area. Designation Forge World. Manufactorum Ajax. Industrial output, excuse me. World class Titan. Warlord Titan class Titan. Strategic absolutes. Xenos invasion in progress. Recommended course of action. Exterminatus. Negative strategy value. Deploy capital weaponry. Negative established directions. Liberate fleet. An affirmative and unacceptable loss of strategic assets. In this area, denial, affirmative, acceptance of strategies, ultra, response incoming, deploying the Ultramarines. You know, when I first played this game, I wasn't as familiar with the Warhammer lore as I am now. In fact, I'm still learning, because there's so much lore to know about in Warhammer. When I first played this game, I thought that Ultramarine was just another word for Space Marine. I found out later that Ultramarine is one of the 18 types of Space Marine. Ultramarine fleet strike cruiser force send target password value objective secure the Titans. It's more than one? I thought there was only one. Maybe I read that wrong.
Captain Titus, the Orcs have massacred the Forge World's forces. And they have taken the planetary defense weapons.
That's just because we hadn't gotten there yet.
Clever of the damned Orcs. Keeps us off their backs while they loot the Titan war machine.
Brace for evasive maneuvers.
Pilot, report!
Starboard engine is dead, Sergeant. We are losing altitude.
Get the ship to safety. We find another way down.
Aye, Captain. Thunderhawk Lancer Jove returning to launch bay.
This is your plan.
Looks sound to me.
To the surface to take out the gun battery. Or do you want to go home already, Sergeant?
Not before having a word or two with the Orcs.
Is that wise, Captain? The Codex Astartes does not support this action.
Try to keep up.
I know better than the Codex. The Codex was written by girly men. Now, I remember being interested in this game before I knew much of anything about Warhammer, just because I loved the idea of a game that's both a hack and slash melee game and a third-person shooter. There needs to be more games like that. It's just dumb that it's not done more often. I understand that it's probably harder to make, though, but do we care if it's hard to make? I was closer to that than some of them, but they died and I didn't. Which, it's not plot armor because he's an ultramarine in that heavy armor and these guys have nothing but their thin fabrics, and orcs, well, some orcs are smaller than space marines. I'm sorry, I was supposed to blow up the thing next to him, but... Notice how I said some orcs are smaller than space marines. Where I feel most, I think. I really love the orcs' personality. They're just so dumb and fun. I'm kind of excited about Tyranids in Space Marine 2, but I don't know how I'm not going to miss orcs in Space Marine 2. They have more than one faction, more than one enemy faction in this game. Maybe they can put in another faction into Space Marine 2, perhaps, maybe? They haven't talked about orcs being in Space Marine 2. I think in one of the trailers for Space Marine 2, I think he goes into the warp and there's people shooting at him in the distance. I'm thinking those are Chaos Space Marines, but not orcs. The thing about Tyranids, they have a cool aesthetic to them, sure, but they don't have the same personality that orcs and a few of the other factions in Warhammer have. You can talk like an orc in roleplay. The only thing you can do to emulate a Tyranid vocally is just screech and scream a bit. It's not like they're bad as a concept. They just eat stuff to collect more biomass to create more Tyranids. There's something there. It's just when you have other factions that are so much more charismatic, it's hard for something that doesn't even talk to compete with that, in my opinion. It's not plot armor that he survived that, it's ultramarine armor, so I'll remember that. I'm guessing one of the reasons they had you playing as a captain in this game and not a regular space marine is because it explains how you're able to kill so many orcs. I mean, in the tabletop, it doesn't take that many orcs to kill a space marine. I mean, I think space marines are still more powerful than orcs in the tabletop, but not to this degree. If they were going by the rules that this game sets, well, if you were playing as a normal space marine in this game and you ask how many orcs does it take to kill a space marine, the answer would be like, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, a lot. It takes a lot orcs to kill a space marine. Imagine trying to cram that many orcs onto your tabletop against a handful of space marines. Well, I mean, one way to say it is you're just powerful because you're the protagonist, or you're playing as an especially powerful space marine, or... Well, there's a game called Shoot His Blood and Teeth where you play as an orc and you actually kill some space marines, but that's just because it's an especially good orc. But I'm not really sure if part of it is also can't really represent that on a tabletop game. It would be weird though if the tabletop game itself was an inaccurate representation of how many orcs it takes to kill a space marine. Well, the average orc and an average space marine, I mean, because the universe of Warhammer 40K is built around a tabletop game. So you can't just hand wave it as saying Captain Titus is an especially good Space Marine, and normally it would take a lot more Space Marines to go through this many orcs. But there's other Space Marines here. Like, this guy's not a captain, and he's gunning down dozens of orcs. In fact, we're gonna find out in a second that he's relatively new, or in comparison to the others, he's new.
Leandros, are you wounded?
The Codex Astartes warns against using jump packs to leap blindly into enemy fire, and for good reason.
Your days as a novice are behind you. Why do you still interpret the Codex so narrowly?
I look to its rules for guidance.
We all do. But there are also benefits to thinking for yourself, Leandros.
My understanding is he just got past his days of being a novice. I mean, we have an old timer on the group and a captain on the group, so in this particular party, he's comparatively the new guy.
Keep firing!
There's gonna be some orcs coming. I wonder if I can save these guys. Yeah, we're good. Wait, there's... Oh. We half good did that. Not that one. I saved him once. You're not gonna take that away from me. I ask so little of these guys. Just stay alive. That's all I ask. I'll kill all the orcs myself if I have to. You guys just don't die on me. Can't even do that.
You have saved us.
Rise, guardsmen. You saved yourselves. We thought you did.
That's generous
We
of
would
you.
be, my lord, if not for the lieutenant.
Where will we find this lieutenant?
At the front lines. Follow the trench network to the lieutenant's command bunker.
Carry on, guardsmen. We rendezvous with Sidonis, then we find this lieutenant. We need updated intel on the gun battery.
I have no idea why lieutenant is spelled like lieutenant, or why colonel is spelled like colonel. I've never heard anyone say this
Captain,
about the guardsmen,
I'm in position at the
aka
broken
the
monument near the
Astra
guard lines.
Militarum. They say if everybody's super, no one's super. The guardsmen are here to not be super so that everyone else can be. They're just regular soldiers that Space Marines have to save all the time.
Sergeant, I see you found something to keep you busy.
Worry not, Captain. I've saved some orcs for you. The orcs have got that gun well defended, no mistake. But typical orc behavior would be to dismantle or destroy the gun.
And certainly not use it to keep our forces at bay. There's a strategy behind it. Their leader is no fool.
This day is getting interesting.
I may have encountered the orc during our jump to the surface.
That was the orc ship I saw crash near here, I take it. Did he survive?
If the horde hasn't turned on itself, it's still under his control.
Up until now, I've been using the puny knife in melee combat. That won't do. It's much better. And let me do an execution for you. So good. Another one. Hang on, I need to prime another one. Prime, don't kill him yet, I need to prime. Another one. And not only is that cool to look at, that's how you regen your health. Such a cool system. No, I will hit you again. I love how it has the shockwave effect that killed the guy next to him. I hit him so hard the guy next to him died. Sounds like a Chuck Norris joke.
Target that squig!
You red shirts had one job. Doesn't do that much damage on its own. It was a little bit far away from me, but still. The squigs, they're not really a threat as much as an asset because you can explode them right next to the other orcs. Other orcs, squigs aren't orcs, you know what I mean though. Nice move of me to roll into that cover thing. Need more ammo. Well, I could do with the ammo I had just a pistol, but where would the fun be in that? I know they're hitting me, but I don't care. They're not gonna kill me. A little bit low on health, but I think we'll manage.
Drop ship incoming!
And I'll just regen my shield while we're waiting for that dropship to finish. That was a good grenade use. Do you have any more ammo for me? Nah, that's okay. I'll just grenade him and smack him from now on. Oh, or we could be done here. Oh, we're not done here. Hit the wrong button, that's what that was. Just ignore that. Alright, for real this time, orc.
Time for you to die!
You might be bigger than me, but I'm more marketable than you. Marketability always wins.
Space Marines, thank you.
You're
We're
welcome.
done for. Where is your commander, Guardsman?
Inside, but the door is sealed.
I believe they will let us through. Imperial Guard, we are Ultramarines. Open this door.
You can't tell them that they saved themselves with a straight face anymore. They were getting blown up by squigs before we got here.
From the second recce. Another horde of the Greenskins are headed here from the south. Damn Gretchen stuck a knife in Saul's throat.
Reinforce their position, hold the line, and stay alive.
Aye, Lieutenant.
Thank the Emperor. Second Lieutenant Mira, 203rd Cadian Regiment.
Captain Titus, with the Ultramarines.
You are in command.
But
all
you're
that's
a
left,
girl.
Unless my
We don't
commanders
even let
rise from the
girls
grave.
be space
So
marines.
far, they seem content to stay put.
Lieutenant, the scouts have returned to forward base.
How many?
2.
Damn. I sent out 10. That damn gun. We don't have the numbers to make an assault. And as you might have seen, it's shooting down all our support vessels.
That is why we are here. Leave the gun to us.
Come with me then. I should warn you, my lords. We've got a slight orc problem down here.
A slight orc problem? Well, but I guess by our standards, it's just a slight problem. By the Astra Militarum standards, it's a massive problem. A bigger problem than they can ever hope to handle.
Only that our troops were sent to guard the Titan Invictus at Manufactorum Ajakis. That was 2 weeks ago, and we've lost contact with them.
We need to reach that Titan.
Your fastest route is across the rail bridge behind the gun complex. It leads directly to the western gates of the Manufactorum.
It's almost hilarious how this game from 12 years ago still has better combats than Starfield, which they tried to tell us was such a big deal game. I remember making a video a little while ago where I talked about Starfield, and I said in that video I hated the romance thing in it, and I stopped playing partly because of the romance thing, but also because the main story was so demotivating and wanted to take a break and play other games. And I said maybe I'll play the rest of it later. I ended up playing a little bit more of it before realizing, hey, this is a really bad game. Starfield, not Space Marine, of course. Such a disappointment. It's so much hubris, probably. Because the more I'm hearing about it, the more of a joke production it is. Because they made it on such an old engine, and they just got too comfortable with people buying their games, even though they're riddled with glitches and loading screens and insufficient combat systems, to the point where they didn't think that they needed to do any upgrades. They made the game with a ridiculously old engine. Starfield, not Space Marine. This section alone is still early on in this game, and this section is more fun than anything that happens in Starfield. In terms of Bethesda, the creators of Starfield, making their next game, I think, is The Elder Scrolls 6. I'm not excited for it, and they probably heard the negative feedback from Starfield, but The Elder Scrolls 6 has been in development for such a long time that it's definitely, it's most likely still going to be made with the same engine that was crappy in Starfield. Unless there's only a slim I don't think they made a different engine for the Elder Scrolls 6.
We haven't been able to make it inside the wall. There just aren't enough of us.
You have survived this long on your own.
There's only 3 Space Marines here, and doing way better than these Astra Militarum people.
We will retake the gun.
And they say there's just not enough of them. It's good. They're not strong enough. They're not manly enough like us. And I'm not saying that because their lieutenant is a girl. Because they're not augmented, of course.
We're heading back to the command post.
That's why we're superior to them. But anyway, Elder Scrolls. Even if Bethesda saw the massive outrage and the disaster of Starfield, and they decided we need to make a new engine, they still would have made the Elder Scrolls 6 for years with that engine. It's too late for them to build a new engine. implement it into the Elder Scrolls 6. I tried playing the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. I just couldn't do it. I mean, I understand that if you can deal with horde combat, there's some story merit there somewhere. Did he just throw the grenade into himself? Orcs. It's so fun. But the Elder Scrolls Skyrim's combat was so bad. Like in the opening sequence, I just can't do it. So it was already getting to me, just whacking your stick against shields that stay there and you don't know what you're supposed to do with these ridiculously slow animations. I don't know how people do that. Takes more than that to kill when an orc dies a second later. You're just not going to get that from Tyranids, I'm sorry. I'm sure there's going to be merits to the Tyranids and Space Marines too, but they'll never be orcs.
Use the breach caused by the rock to enter the gun.
There's a lot of this right there where you see orcs walking through these areas you can't get to. It creates this idea that there's so many orcs here that you'd never be able to kill them all individually. You can blow stuff up or you can get them to retreat, but there's not enough time to kill every last orc. Stomp! It's an often used strategy of mine in this game. They come close to you, so I throw grenades near where I'm standing and then roll out of the way, which I have enough time to do. In a previous gaming session that I did almost entirely, well, I did it off camera except for this one portion. I mean, I encountered this funny glitch where this orc was just standing right there, and my two other Space Marines were just standing next to him, and they acknowledged each other's presence in dialogue, but they didn't attack each other for some unexplainable reason. Glitches like that I can handle. I knew it was unlikely to be recreated, so I pulled up OBS just to record that little snippet. Wow, this is perfect for advertising the miniatures with jetpacks on them. Especially since you can ground pound. Oh, he's so marketable with this jetpack. It's totally unnecessary to kill him with that execution, but it's also totally fun. This jetpack is a little bit overpowered, but it's a fun kind of overpowered. It's not the MJ kind of overpowered. MJ, of course, from Spider-Man 2. You know, in my video talking about Spider-Man 2, where I complained so much about the story, I was kind of harsh. And after making that video, I did some thinking, and I realized I wasn't nearly harsh enough with Spider-Man 2. I even said that the combat makes the game worth playing. I don't know if I stand by that, because there's more of the good combat in the Spider-Man 1. They let you fight more often in Spider-Man for the PlayStation 4. There's even those hideouts where you could knock out so many thugs with these long battles, and you could replay them. But Spider-Man 2 didn't have the same level of that. I love how they cluster up in this game. They have no sense of strategic skirmishing or anything. Well, the ones up high do, like there, but what I should say is a lot of them like to just charge right at you. So you can hit them with a grenade or a huge sword swing or a ground pound. And I love the sounds when they die. Oh! Will I do it this time? Well, that's one sound at least. We're looking for oh! Oh, I forgot I can ground pound. Is that all of them? Yes, that's all of them.
Here is the rock at last. No room for that jump pack, Captain.
What he means to say is it's too overpowered to keep for the entire game. Because why would you do that? Why would you take the jetpack off and just leave it there? Because they're going through a tunnel. It's not like you're never going to be in an open area ever again. Later in the game, they say, I'm out of fuel, which is more airtight. Then there's no room for your jetpack. You better just leave it on the floor and never use it again.
Firing now.
Hello? You guys even know I'm here?
This fortress is swarming with orcs. Clearing this place will take days.
Those guardsmen cannot survive that long. We find a way to destroy the gun.
I mean, I love it, but I could see Astra Militarum fans being angry at this, like, and maybe orc fans too. I like orcs, but if someone loves orcs and Astra Militarums but hates Space Marines, they might get angry, hits people at these guys saying, oh yeah, we can clear out thousands of orcs if we just had some days, but those chump Astra Militarum guys in their hundreds can't last as long as the three of us can. Stop running, you're making it hard for me to shoot you, even though I should have an easy time shooting you with this gun.
Authorization as Starkeys Ultra. Access granted.
An armory. Sure to be something useful.
Ooh.
Lockdown in effect.
Look here, Captain.
it takes a second before they let you grab it, so it looks like they're standing in awe of this
charge on one of the gun's shells.
beautiful, beautiful charge thing.
Releasing safeguard. Remember that we honor destroyed by execution.
I know that with orcs, there are different colors that they wear symbolize different things in a few different ways. They have superstitions about, for example, they think red things go faster and they associate blue with luck, but they also have colors distinguish types of orcs that are like, they call them clans. They don't really separate themselves independently like actual clans would. But these guys, a lot of them wear yellow, and I don't know if that's supposed to symbolize that I think they're called
bad moons.
It's the type that are supposed to wear yellow. Those guys are supposed to be richer, I think. Or maybe they just wanted a color that stood out against the backdrop, so they chose yellow. I hear explodey squig. Oh, they got it. I think this game has one of the few instances of very repetitive dialogue working really well. They say the same things so often, but it works because it fits their simplistic, brutish, well, not caveman, but dummy persona. Normally that would be very annoying. Well, he asked for it. What am I doing? I have a sniper rifle and I'm shooting faraway targets with a bolt gun. Shameful. Who sent the squigs? There's no orcs left. Those few squigs just let themselves out of their cages, I guess. Such a good animation.
We need to get the shell into that loader.
When I was comparing this game to Starfield, I forgot to mention that the NPCs are actually helpful and they actually have brains.
Now to move the shell into place.
That's a lot of strength for one Space Marine guy to have.
We cannot rely on luck for this, Sir Donis. We follow the shell up and make sure it reaches its destination.
Aye. Now back to the lift.
I want to believe that all of the Space Marines are just that strong. It's just for a moment, I'll ignore the fact that he might be an especially strong Space Marine. You can hear those whispers of the grots. The grots are the smaller orc-ish guys. I'll be right with you in just a second once I kill all the gunners. He took away my entire shield. That was alright because I had health to spare. Time to die. Probably one of the most famous last words for orcs, at least. Well, we're in the elevator. I have a joke for you guys to kill the time. How many Jedi would it take to kill a space marine? Trick question. Not even all of the Jedi could kill a space marine. if you don't know, they call Rey all of the Jedi, so hence not even all of the Jedi could kill a space marine. What a great place to have bombs in this narrow hallway. I don't even have to aim, really, just... Oh, now I have to aim because of the guy. You ruin my groove by making me aim and stuff. What do you think, this is war as opposed to being sport? Do you think you guys are actually supposed to challenge me in any way? No, you're orcs, and I'm a space marine. There wasn't anyone left, I just felt like stomping. Lately, Warhammer 40K has been filling the Star Wars hole in my life. And the thing is, I've been a newcomer to Warhammer. I've just gotten into it this year. And I've been thinking, there's so much stuff that I've been fed up with Star Wars. But there might be a lot of stuff that people are fed up with Warhammer that I wouldn't know as much about because I'm so new around here. And I looked up, like, I specifically typed into search engine the Games Workshop problem or something like that. A Games Workshop is a company that owns Warhammer 40K. And I found this one guy saying he was fed up with how his miniatures were not recognized by the new edition's rules. Like, they don't have data sheets for some of his miniatures. Incoming. And I think I think some people have had a huge problem with Age of Sigmar. If you don't know, there's Warhammer 40K and there's Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer 40K started as, like, let's put the Warhammer elements into a sci-fi setting. For a little while I thought it was the other way around. I thought that Warhammer 40K came first just because Warhammer 40K is more popular. Warhammer Fantasy kind of rebooted into Warhammer Age of Sigmar, and a lot of people are not liking the fact that they threw away the old fantasy universe. In fact, I looked up, like, the miniatures for Warhammer Old World. I couldn't find anything. I don't think they sell them anymore. At least not Games Workshop. The miniatures for the Warhammer Fantasy pre-Age of Sigmar. As someone who's new to Warhammer and is catching up with a lot of stuff, I thought that Age of Sigmar took place before the other old world stuff. They reference Sigmar in the content for Warhammer Fantasy as if Sigmar used to be there and is either dead or gone. So I thought, oh, this Sigmar guy was here before, so I thought that the Age of Sigmar was back when Sigmar was alive. Turns out that Age of Sigmar happens after the old world's end times, because what happened was... You okay? Hey. There. I fixed him.
Captain Titus, you are a man.
But apparently, what happened was the old worlds of Warhammer, the Warhammer Old World, was destroyed, and then it got remade, and then Sigmar got brought back to life, and that's the Age of Sigmar. For a newcomer, that's kind of hard to figure out unless you look up a video explaining everything. Also, one thing I wish I knew earlier with getting into Warhammer lore. So with Warhammer and Warhammer 40K, the logical assumption to make is Warhammer Fantasy is the medieval age time period, and then the Warhammer 40K is a far future. So you would think that they could take place in the same universe, but then you wonder how things could possibly fit into the same universe. Like, how could orcs start on Earth and then go out into other planets and then interact with humans after in space as if they were so separated for so long. But something I wish I knew earlier is Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K take place in separate universes. So Earth exists in 40K, but Earth does not exist in Warhammer Fantasy. Well, not our Earth, which makes things make a lot more sense when you think about how the lore works and the coincidences that would have to exist for these to take place in the same universe. For them to have medieval orcs and then have a completely separate version of the exact same thing in these orcs. Or to have the elves in Warhammer Fantasy and then have the Eldari, who are a lot like elves, exist in the same universe by sheer coincidence. There would be a lot of huge coincidences if they took place in the same universe, but it makes a lot more sense if they don't. Some people have wondered if the Warhammer universe is not Earth, but another world in the Warhammer 40K universe, perhaps a world that's frozen in time or just behind the times, or they had technology but then they lost their technology somehow. Perhaps a bunch of species got onto that planet and then lost all our technology, and that's what theoretically what might have created the fantasy universe, but even that's not the case. And a lot of people have been saying that they wouldn't want Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K to exist in the same universe, because Warhammer Fantasy takes place in either one world or a few realms. Warhammer 40K talks about entire planets like they're chump change or small neighborhoods. They will blow up planets if the enemy has too much of a grip on it, because they view planets, entire planets, as that expendable. So for Warhammer Fantasy to exist in that universe would make it such a smaller story and be such an inconsequential part of such a much larger thing. Big fans of Warhammer Fantasy and 40K want them to be completely separate from each other and have nothing to do with each other. And, well, in terms of crossing over. Again, who is releasing these squigs? There's no more orcs left. We killed all the orcs already. Or I thought we did anyway. That, everybody. Right. Would any more squigs like to let themselves out of their cages? No? Okay. Like how the doors take you up with you for a little bit. At least you're not stuck there, so it's just funny and not game breaking. Those types of glitches I can handle. I've thought a bit about dystopian stories and why they fall apart, and The reason why dystopian stories fall apart, I think, doesn't apply to Warhammer 40K. You might have noticed that the young adult romance dystopian thing died out pretty quickly. And I think the reason why so many dystopian stories tend to fall apart is they'll start off with a unique premise, but then they deteriorates into a generic tale of overthrowing the corrupt government with the special chosen one meant to lead the rebellion. Like, the Hunger Games started off as put a bunch of kids in a murder contest, and then it turned into generic overthrow the government story. There's this show on Netflix. I can't recommend the whole series. The first season is interesting. I can't recommend the whole series though. It was called 3%, and it started off as there's this upper class section of the civilization, and they only let in 3% of the kids from the outside area into the good place. And they determined that by this competition to see which kids are the most worthy of being part of the upper class. That's what they do for the first season, but then the show drops that in favor of overthrow the establishment government, and it completely lost what was interesting about the show. The same can be said for Divergent, kind of. I mean, it wasn't... I only saw one of the Divergent movies, but from what I understand, it seems like it started off with something that could be interesting, and then it just turned into another overthrow the corrupt government's rip-off thing. But with 40K, it's completely immune to that because they have no intention of fixing this broken establishment. And that's probably for the best. Because it would just... If 40K formed this rebel group to overthrow the corrupt government, it would just be a generic Star Wars clone. In my opinion, if they ever wanted to switch 40K to a not dystopian setting, then the only way to do that would just be flash forward to Warhammer 50K, and we just find out that people from their history have fixed the government somehow. Either that, or I could see this is what I'm about to say isn't necessarily just for Warhammer. I think an alternative way to do a dystopian series that has a resolution... I'm about to die, let me activate my health thing. I think an alternative way to handle a dystopian setting that has a satisfactory conclusion but doesn't deteriorate into Star Wars ripoff would be... It will also having... perhaps a more constructive message for real-life people would be to have the characters change the system by having them cry out for change in the system, or having politicians get their stuff together,
Manufactorum still holds.
or having, just in general, having the populace say, we don't want kill the non-believers policies anymore, and you can just gloss over that. So you can tell your dystopian story and say, oh yeah, then the protesters fixed everything. Well, not that protesters are that helpful in real life sometimes. Well, sometimes it depends on the protesters, but I mean, obviously Martin Luther King did some good stuff with protesting, but there's some protesting that's just ridiculous and gets nothing done. What I'm saying is, you're gonna say, and then the government reformed somehow.
Now I'm trapped. If I die, you must keep the device out of enemy hands.
I wasn't sure about this at first. The servo skulls, the floating skull things, those are actually supposed to be made out of human skulls with human brains in there. I don't know if they take a guy that was already dead and or dying and salvaged his brain, or if they took unwilling victim, for lack of... No, victim is the right word. If they took an unwilling victim and then took his head off for the sake of more skulls. Because I totally buy that they would do that in this universe that's so dystopian, without any rebels. Does Warhammer 40K have a rebellion? Well, Chaos Space Marines, who would kind of technically be a rebellion, but not a rebellion in the sense that of them being the good guys. I don't know if some people are of the opinion that this Chaos Space Marines are the good guys. I think some of them at least think they're the good guys. I've heard that the current leader of the Chaos Space Marines, Abaddon the Despoiler, I've heard that he thinks that the Emperor's regime is tyranny and he wants to get rid of them, and he thinks that chaos is a necessary evil for that. That's what I've heard anyway. But Chaos Space Marines are very distinctly different from Star Wars Rebellion. You guys have one job, is just not die while the Space Marines do literally all the work. I've noticed with the gameplay footage we've seen for Space Marine 2, when they do the big melee attacks and the executions, there's no slow motion, which makes sense because Space Marine 2 has 3-player co-op, so they can't have slow motion breaking they can't have the entire game going in slow motion for all 3 players whenever one of them does an execution. It'd just be every few seconds your game starts slowing down for reasons that don't feel connected to you. That would be so annoying. A lot of people are going to be playing the game offline though. I'll be playing Space Marine 2 offline for sure. I don't know if it would be immersion breaking if what they did, they're not going to do this, but I don't know if it would be immersion breaking if what they did was have just you and the guy you're executing go into slow motion while everything else is the same speed. It might get annoying to do slow motion attacks while your enemies around you are still in fast motion. And you know what, the thing is, when you're doing the executions, you're still open to attack from enemies, so for you to be in slow motion while everything else isn't would be a detriment. So it's probably, if they can't do it differently for offline mode and online mode, then I guess it's for the best that they take out slow motion in Space Marine 2.
Number 2 control deck, do you read?
This is Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. Identify yourself.
This is Corporal Antioch, sir. That is, my lord.
I prefer Sir, thank you though.
Corporal.
There is a service lift in the hangar directly below where you drop the cargo, my lord.
I said Sir is better, please.
Stand ready. We will be there shortly. Titus out.
Let me out. Let me out.
Guardsmen holding that huge gate. They cannot last long.
They're just Astra Militarum. They're not going to last 5 minutes without us. I know that the Astra Militarum has fans that like the idea of just normal people fighting these horrific monsters. I don't know if I told Astra Militarum fan to his face that the Astra Militarum exists to not be special so that everyone else can be. I don't know if they would disagree with that. That seems to be what they... Well, from the perspective of someone who's played Space Marine, whose introduction to 40K was video games where you play as Space Marines, to me it looks like that's the function that they serve. They have some weird kinks. Keep it telling me to shoot them again. I've been reading a book called Brutal Cunning, or Brutal Cunning, as they pronounce it. And there's a lot of the book is focusing on orcs, the grots, the smaller orc guys. They're based off of goblins. Grots are also called Gretchens, in case you've heard someone call them Gretchens. Apparently the grots are disrespected by the orcs too, even though the grots have all the respect for the bigger orcs. There's chapters of Brutal Cunning that are focusing on the orcs, and there's some that are focused on the Adeptus Mechanicus. And depending on whose perspective it's on, the book will adopt the mentalities of that faction. So when it's concentrating on the Adeptus Mechanicus, the narration is more logical. When the focus is on the orcs, the narration is more savage, if that's the right word for it. It's more in line with orcs' way of thinking. And so the narration uses it as the pronouns for a grot. Like, it has so little respect for it. It doesn't even use he to describe. It describes the orcs as he. They're supposed to. Orcs don't really have gender the same way humans do, but they're called he's, but not so with the grots. They're called it's. And the main orc has absolutely no regard for the grot's life or safety at all. And I haven't finished Brutal Cunning yet, but I'm close enough to the end to say that was a worthwhile purchase. I'm glad I'm rereading Brutal Cunning. I really like it. It's when it's focusing on the orcs, it wants you to have fun with them. It doesn't really advocate for them. Well, the book as a whole doesn't really advocate for them, but really, the thing about Warhammer is there's no good guy faction, so you don't really need to feel sorry about killing guys in any of the faction, because they deserve it anyway. The Imperium of Man that the Space Marines are part of, they have slavery somewhere in there. I don't know if it's something that everyone signs off but it's part of the system. So you don't really need to feel sorry for the victims of the orcs. How did I miss that guy twice with a grenade launcher? Such shameful. Hey. Switch to the sniper rifle. And for a sniper rifle, this has pretty accurate no-scoping. I say it right before I miss 2 shots. It's such a close range. I said the sniper rifle was good. I never said my aim was good. I love how when you do executions on the bigger guys while in rage mode or whatever they call it, you don't need to button mash, it just instantly does it. I mean, button mashing in general isn't really fun. Astra Militarum, what are you doing here? There's orcs here. This is no place for a guardsman. You get these guys to stay before they explode.
Corporal Antioch?
Yes, my lord.
We have word that an Inquisitor is in the Manufactorum.
Yes, Lord Drogon. We have not seen him for several days. Has the Liberation Fleet arrived, my lord?
The fleet is still en route, Corporal. The Ultramarines are here as a vanguard, to cripple the enemy and secure the most valuable assets.
I see.
But the facility and its Titans remain secure.
All I can say for certain is that no orc has breached this gate, my lord.
Contact Lieutenant Mira. Her unit is establishing a bastion in Hab Center Andres, and your support craft now have a viable approach from orbit.
Part of the reason why I'm doing this Space Marine video so early, long before Space Marine 2 releases, is I've just been wanting to do a Warhammer video on this channel. I've never done one up until now. I have referenced Warhammer 40K a lot in recent videos. It's the biggest running joke in the Santa Claus's videos. You can arguably read in parallels between the North Pole and the Warhammer system. I said that witches were heretics and gnomes were Xenos, so I made that the biggest running joke of that Santa Claus's Season 2 series. I wasn't a fan of Warhammer back when Season 1 happened, so there was no Warhammer jokes in that season coverage, unfortunately.
Unused, you mean? Is this invasion not enough to bring out the War Titans?
It takes hundreds to get a War Titan operational, Sergeant. Without them, it sits idle.
And those things are expensive too. Ridiculously expensive for the models for them. Those are ridiculously overpriced for. I know it's bigger than the average miniature, but holy camole, you want me to spend that much for one thing?
Captain, this is an auger station. I can scan for the Inquisitor's life signs.
Access.
I think that's one of the biggest. I forgot to mention that when I was talking about people being fed up with Warhammer. A big controversial thing about Warhammer is their miniatures are so freaking expensive.
And a large number converging on the Inquisitor's location.
But anyways, Santa Claus, me making Warhammer videos. I've been wanting Warhammer to be covered more on the, I've been wanting to do more Warhammer content on this channel, but there's two main obstacles with that. One is Warhammer is both not as mainstream and very complicated. One of the types of videos I'm making, I haven't made that many of them, but I've really liked making what ifs. What if Ariel rejected Ursula's deal? What if the Beast could never be human again? And what if Zod got to Earth before Superman? The thing with those is I can count on a mainstream audience to know who Superman, Zod, Ariel, and the Beast are. I can count on the mainstream people to have a passing knowledge of these things and have an understanding of what I'm talking about. If I were to do a what if about Warhammer, there'd be so much that I'd have to establish for the viewer if I were to try to have it be watched by my regular subscribers. I mean,
and I've located the Titan Invictus. I need Solinus to come secure the Invictus while I divert to a priority alarm.
On our way, Captain. Midas out.
With my Disney Princess what ifs, those can afford to be 10 minutes long because there's so much that I don't need to explain. With Warhammer, there's so much that I need to explain that would get in the way of telling a what if story. And another problem with it is I'm not as familiar with Warhammer lore as I am with Disney Princesses and Superman, I guess. I've only gotten into Warhammer
last year.
As I record this, I haven't decided if I'm going to upload this in chunks or if I'm going to release it all as one video. So what might happen is I just upload it all in one big video right away, or I might upload it in chunks relatively soon. Maybe I might do a compilation video of the entire series later, perhaps right before Space Marine 2 releases. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do the whole thing in one video. It's not too long of a game. It can take as little as 5 hours to beat the whole thing. I think I was saying that there's two main problems with me doing Warhammer videos is, one, the lore is so dense, and the other is I'm struggling to figure out how do I do Warhammer content that isn't already being done by so many other people in such massive quantities, because there's already people doing tons of tabletop sessions, already do a lot of people doing tons of what ifs, but those people know the lore a lot better than I do, and there's so many people already talking about backstories for the different factions. I'm not really sure what if I were to do a series about Warhammer, I'm not really sure what that would look like yet, apart from just playing the games.
I am Drogon. And you are?
Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. We received your distress call, but you seem to have weathered the enemy's attack.
I am soldier and scientist both, Captain.
What is the status of the experimental device?
The power source is running the entire manufactorum from the generator room.
This device is a fuel source, not a weapon?
It is a complex device and an unstable one. If the orcs find it, they'll try and take it apart. It could detonate with enough force to destroy the entire planet.
Then we must move it to safety.
One of my main series on this channel is couple reviews where I talk about fictional romances, and of course that's barely a thing in Warhammer. They even make it pretty clear that Space Marines have no romance at all, which is a bit of a problem for me.
Xenos life form detected.
Space Marine! You trying to steal my Titans? Steal my loot? I'll rip your guts right out your throat! The orc himself. I'm gonna put your head on a spike, Space Marine!
This guy has terrible aiming. Did you see that? He wasn't even shooting at the right level. I was afraid I wouldn't get to him in time to execute him. I love it when you're executing an orc and they hit you, but then you recover the loss of health that you got from that, as if they might as well not hit you. But you do have to do have to measure the health you can afford to lose, or make sure that no one's hitting you before you do the execution. So there's some tactics to it. It's not just pure overpoweredness. It helps having the shields too, obviously. The health regenerates when you do executions or you use your rage mode. The shield just comes back after a few seconds of not being hit. If you have it, you can count on that to be your buffer of expendable health while you're doing your executions. I think they're gonna keep that with Space Marine 2. It's a really fun system. This part is a little bit wonky. They give you this new gun. Normally when they give you a new gun, they give you a prime opportunity to see how cool the new gun is. With this part of the game, they give you this new pistol, and then they introduce you to these shields orcs that you can't shoot through, at least not so easily. Like, watch this. Doesn't that tell you that this new gun you just got is ineffective? Thankfully, that's one of the only, and I can't think of any instance of any other gun being so unflatteringly introduced, thankfully. At least they have a cool death animation for when you execute them. Okay, we're on elevator, time for another joke. If a group of Chaos Space Marines met a group of Disney princes, who would win? Trick question. If the group of Chaos Space Marines met a group of Disney princes, they wouldn't fight. They would just bond over how they're hated by the empires that created them. Lately, after seeing Wish, I want them to bring back Disney princes. Well, at least bring back Disney princess romances. In the case of Mirabelle, she makes up for the fact that she has no love interest, but I think in Moana and Wish, you can really feel the gaping hole with the lack of a Disney prince I say Disney prince, but really it would fill the gap if they had, for example, Nimari from Raya and the Last Dragon have an actual romance with Raya. That would work too. We'll call her an honorary Disney prince. Really, I just want more Disney princess romances. I'm thinking about doing an entire video, perhaps writing an entire script, and the title would be something like, yes, Disney princesses need romance. This idea that they're better representation if they're single, I think that's toxic. It sends this message, it basically tells people that they're weak if they get into a relationship. I don't like that. You might be wondering why I'm not shooting him. Shooting him won't work until later. We'll just leave him alone for now.
It will retrieve the power source and get it into its
I don't know if I can shoot him yet. You can shoot that kind of guy later, but I can get through this section without killing him though. Don't worry about it. It's so orc-ish that this thing in the middle of the room, these orcs have no idea what it does, but because we want it, they want it now. It's valuable because we want it, so it's loot. That's such child logic. For the rest of the orcs' involvement in this story, they'll be after that device, which they have no clue what it does.
Sidonus, Leandros, respond.
Captain, the Inquisitor insisted you could not have survived.
Well, I did, and I have his precious power source.
We set a rendezvous in Hab Center Andris. These tunnels will spit us out there eventually.
Fine. Continue heading toward the Hab Center.
Of course I survived. I'm a Space Marine. Space Marines do not die. I should insist that he could not have survived. You might be wondering how orcs, in their comedic stupidity, can possibly have technology that can go toe-to-toe with humans from the 41st millennium. The way orcs function with technology is their imagination or belief bends reality to... They basically believe that their slapped together junkers should work, which forces them to work even though it doesn't really have what should be necessary. So these guys should be too stupid to create spaceships, but their rule-breaking ability allows them to slap together something that looks like a spaceship and it actually goes through space. And that's such a clever workaround. Their belief affecting reality is something that the Imperium of Man is aware of. It was talked about in Brutal Cunning, the book I've been reading. I haven't heard anyone say whether or not orcs know that their imagination affects reality. They probably just think that they're smart enough to make spaceships. But if they did know that their imagination warps reality, would that pull the curtain on the placebo and make it not work anymore? Or would that mean that they know how to hack that now? So if you told an orc that their beliefs affect reality in terms of machinery, would they make a pile of rocks and say this pile of rocks has the ability to blow up a planet, and it would be so? I don't know if there's like upper limits to what they could do with that. I've never heard about orcs talking about that. So I'm pretty sure that my guess anyway, is that they don't know it works like that. Admittedly, this section is a little bit copy and pasted, but I don't mind because it just means more combat. I think I think this is the first sighting of this type of orc. Could be wrong. A bit bigger than usual, but that doesn't matter anyway. He's got no one to protect him. Who are you talking to, pal? There's no one here. You might be even bigger than your fellow orcs, but I'm still more marketable than you. Marketability always wins. That game I was talking about where he plays orcs, shooters, blood and teeth, those space marines that you kill in that game, they're of a different chapter. They're not ultramarines, they're white scars, which perhaps I'm guessing white scars are far less marketable than orcs, hence orcs being able to kill white scar space marines. Still not that much help. I mean, I rolled out of the way, but even if I had been in close proximity, I don't think that would have done much damage. New goodies. Ooh. This is... Unfortunately, it doesn't have that much ammo. If it did have more ammo, it would be so sweet, but watch how it just obliterates an entire group. That's so good. The only problem with this gun is that it has so little ammo. Everybody's stunned, so I have time for an execution. Another execution. Oh, is you alive? Oh, you're not alive. See, I'm already down to 4 shots. Oh, already down to 9 shots. I think it's 9 shots because I think the number is how many that's not in your clip currently. So you see the number and add whatever's in your clip. You know, another good reason for playing a 12-year-old game is that the stuff that's been releasing
last year
has been so disappointing. So going into
last year,
I was so excited about Spider-Man 2, and then the scripts ended up being trash. Well, what about Prince of Thorns and Nightmares? There's these Disney Prince books that take a Disney film and tell it from the prince's perspective and add stuff. I really loved Prince of Song and Sea, which is about Eric, and I was super excited about Prince of Thorns and Nightmares. It was good enough to be recommended, but the earlier chapters were rougher, so it was good, but it was still disappointments, if that makes sense. I gave it a soft recommendation. And then Wish, I was really hoping Wish would be great. Wish was trash, it was so bad. So here I am playing a game from 12 years ago that is more entertaining than those 3 things combined. I think in my Wish video I said it had merit. It's true, it's just, but it has stuff that should have been good. It should have made good movie, is what I was saying. They just didn't execute anything well. Marvel has been releasing some good stuff, but they've also, well, some good stuff. For the most part, Marvel has been going downhill recently. Sometimes they make a good thing. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was good. Loki was okay. At least I wasn't excited about the Marvels. I knew Marvels was not going to be good. Everybody knew that the Marvels was not going to be good. I don't think people who work at Marvel thought that the Marvels was going to be good. In fact, I was so excited to not watch the Marvels. Even with the satisfying defeats of the Marvels, where it lost so much money because they're taking characters everybody hates, making a movie about them. So yay, that movie failed. But there's also this sense that they spent so much time and resources on this film that could have and should have been used to make a much better movie. I haven't been showing it off much, but if you aim in rage mode, it slows down time. Another thing that they probably won't do in Space Marine 2. My aiming is starting to go for some reason. That would be hilarious if the orc was saying that was when I was executing. It takes more than that to kill an orc as my axe is going through his chest. Okay, I'm not. It's too nitpicky, but when I was running, the top of the ramp stopped me because it's not game breaking. It's fine. It's fine. A lot of people lately have been saying that they're
over our heads again. Our rendezvous point is this way.
You saw him teleport in, right?
Sky.
Wasn't just me being crazy, was it? A lot of people have been saying, hang on.
So terror demoralized the militia.
Cruel, but effective.
This was no strategy of war. For orcs, this was sport.
Those poor guardsmen, they were helpless with their baseline humanity strength. It was completely useless without the Space Marines around. Anyway, a lot of people have been saying that they're done with Marvel recently because of the crap they've been putting out. With Star Wars, I think that Star Wars had its moments of, if that doesn't get them to course correct, nothing will. Or at least with Kathleen Kennedy's leadership at Lucasfilm. With they created a Indiana Jones movie that bombed at the box office and was so bad that they had to apologize about how bad it was. And they still want to go ahead with that Rey movie as if they think that the fans have been liking what they've been doing with the announcements and the continued production of the movie about Rey. That tells us that they're still going in their terrible directions and they're ignoring what the fans have been saying for years. If what they've already seen doesn't get Kathleen Kennedy to course correct, nothing will. So at this point, we just give up on Star Wars until Kathleen Kennedy is gone. That for me personally at least. With Marvel, I think right now is the moment of with the failure of the Marvels. That's so big that they can't not notice that. They might make excuses in public, but they have to know that the Marvels would not have bombed as hard if the fans who used to be so loyal had not been so sick of what they've been doing recently. So they have to know that the fans are upset with them at this point. The Marvels has flopped so incredibly hard that they can't not see that. So, in my opinion, this is the point where if they see that failure and they still, for example, announce She-Hulk Season 2, then at that point we say it's over. Time to find a replacement for Marvel until they get new leadership. I used She-Hulk Season 2 as a for example. I think that She-Hulk Season 2 has been canceled, but if they continue to start making stuff with characters that everyone hates, so if they announce a sequel to the Marvels with Captain Marvel returning, at that point we say it's over, we're done here, at least until new leadership is put in place. I mean, there might be some bad stuff coming out still that would not convince me it's over, because they started productions years ago before the Marvels flopped the box office. So we can give them the benefit of the doubt and say, if something crappy comes out from Marvel next year, we can say that they started making that before they saw the monumental flop of the Marvels, so we can say it's not over yet. But if they start a Marvel's sequel or a She-Hulk Season 2 now, then that's the point where we say they have no intention of course correcting. And again, some people may have reached their breaking point with 40K, which is what I've been going to as a replacement for Star Wars. And I'm not really arguing with them, if that makes sense. I mean, if they want to leave Warhammer because of the frustrations they've been having, I get that. It might not be that was the first time I've died this entire game. It was playthrough, I mean, and it was because I was so distracted. That might be bragging rights. I can understand other people leaving 40K for their own reasons, and I wouldn't really argue with their reasons for it. It's just like, it's not reasons that are hitting me personally as hard with Age of Sigmar. But I totally see how they can be frustrating, especially if you spent thousands of dollars on Warhammer Old World miniatures, and then Age of Sigmar comes along and say those are all obsolete now. I can see how that can be very frustrating. But if someone who just got here hasn't bought those Old World miniatures, I don't have that same frustration. I need to get the cover. Alright. We're good, and we got the shield back. So who will I execute to get my health back? The reason I was doing those melee attacks off to the side was I was trying to build up to a stomp attack while staying out of arm's reach of them. That might have looked dumb. What a perfect place for Hiltigun. That almost sounded like rehearsed singing in harmony. Such a fun game. I've heard talk that after the bomb of Wish, Disney might be reducing its budget for its animated films now. When I first heard that, I was panicking, but for a minute or two I was panicking about Disney reducing its budget for its animated movies. But then I thought, well, if you look at the films, the animated films that have been smashing Disney's rump posterior lately. Those films are made with half the budget of Wish. Namely, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Those budgets are like roughly half of what Wish was made with. So if they reduce the budget, I might just tell them, okay, now we need to be creative with their visual, at least. There's some... I remember watching this video, 107 Facts about Zootopia, and they're talking about details in the animation that they put in that are ridiculous. They're saying that there's no duplicate models, even though they totally could have gotten away with duplicate models in Zootopia. Now there's thousands of strands of hair, and they have everyone always moving at all times, even though you wouldn't have noticed if background characters are standing still. And they had wind making sure that all the leaves are always in motion. So there's a lot of expendable details, stuff that they could have left out without people noticing. In terms of Disney reducing their budgets on their animated films, for the most part, that's going to amount to them not putting in details you wouldn't have noticed anyway. And the other big thing is they're going to go into more cost-effective, theoretically, they might go into more cost-effective art styles that will cost less money but also be more memorable. Disney reducing their budgets on their animated films might not be a bad thing. In fact, it might be good to have them think out of the box. Can I hit him with... that was way off. There's another one? And he's... He was using jank to defend himself, so I had to use jank to get through his defenses. He was firing even though he was out of my line of vision. How dare you?
Inquisitor Drogon, we need to get you off planet before we're overrun by orcs.
You were exposed to the unshielded power source. In the generator room, I saw it. You held raw energy from the warp. How are you still alive?
The power source conducts warp energies.
The stuff of chaos. Heresy.
My work against the Xenos has the Imperium's blessing.
Can your blessed work help us against the orcs?
My research is of the utmost secrecy. The Imperium forbids its use without sanction.
Consider that your Imperial sanction.
Very well. The power source fuels an experimental weapon at my research facility. The Psychic Scourge. It could destroy the orcs.
You didn't think to bring up this Scourge weapon before?
The Psychic Scourge has never been test-fired, Sergeant. If it malfunctions, it could crack this planet in half.
We're out of options. We fire the weapon and take our chances.
I think a misconception that a lot of filmmakers have is they think if something is harder to animate, that automatically makes it more appealing to look at, and that's not necessarily true. In Doctor Strange, Dormammu, he has, like, his face does that ripple effect constantly, and I think that was probably a pain in the rump posterior to animate, and it looks okay-ish, I guess. And going back to Zootopia, they animated thousands of strands of hair on each individual character model, and they had, I think, all of the animals in Zootopia be mammals, which, you know, had hair, instead of having lizards or other scaly creatures, which would have been easier to build, I'm pretty sure. I think they thought that it's more impressive to animate strands of hair, so we'll do all mammals, when really it would have been a nice touch to have more variety with lizards and other. In Zootopia's case, I would argue that them taking the hardest possible way to do it was actually a detriment to the visuals in that regard. So there is a lot to be said for them not really needing budgets that big. I mean, in video games, they spend a similar amount of time and money on a much longer experience with video games. They have a lot of effects constantly in games like this that would take a lot more money with a movie. And the only reason that is because with movies they have higher standards for how things are animated and how realistic it looks. So with video games, the character models don't look as realistic, but you don't really mind as much. If you just lower your standards for realism, you can get a lot more done.
Inquisitor, your wound is slowing us down.
I can manage.
Brothers, take him to the Valkyries. I will draw the orcs off and meet you there.
Give the power source to the sergeant then, Captain.
No, Drogon. The orc chieftain wanted the power source. When his orcs see I possess it, not you, they will follow me. Move out.
Which route to the rally point, guardsman?
Bastion Primus is that way, Commander.
Love how he puts most of the heat on himself. Both because he realizes the other guy having the priority, and also because he knows he can handle the attention. And he can handle that attention while he's separated by his other two Space Marines. He's such a boss. Is this the part where I get the hammer for the first time? Yes, it is! Hammer. A hammer of war, one might say. And I also have a jetpack, so I have peak marketability. Absolutely nothing can kill me now that I have this level of marketability. Where is everybody? Aha! Thank you for making so much noise. I was saying earlier that when you're in rage mode, you don't have to button mash. That's also true with the hammer. The hammer, the downside of the hammer in this game is it limits the weapons you can use. So right now I can only use this bolter and the pistol, which it makes it a hard decision when you have the option to get other melee weapons. It makes me choose between the hammer and my other weapons, which I understand that you'd be too overpowered if you could just have the hammer and your other weapons up all the time, but I just feel like complaining about it anyway, even if I can't prove that it wasn't right for them to do it that way, but I just don't want to have to choose between my hammer and my guns. I don't know, maybe they could have found enough, because usually when they give, in video games, when they give you an overpowered melee weapon, they just have it break after a while. Or like the jetpack, they just take it away after a while. After the section of the game is over. I don't know if that's what they should have done with the hammer, because I guess it is kind of nice that you can keep the hammer for a bit longer if you just sacrifice your gun. I have mixed feelings about that system.
Cleanse and purge.
Might think that I wasted my rage mode, but I didn't because it regenerates my health, and that was the point of it. Where did that guy die from while I was in the air? I heard the guy go, oh, right after I left the ground. There you go. Face me, coward. Is he gone? Did I accidentally... Hello? Did he accidentally... okay. There's more orcs coming. Those orcs are a dime, a few hundred. I just like hitting the ground because I'm angry. I'm kidding, I like hitting the ground because it's cool. Bring your supports, they won't save you. Oh, was that an Astra Militarum thing? I meant to say that I am the support and I will save you. Hey, I actually saved them all. I love how often they don't even get to finish their sentence. I keep forgetting to use my gun because the ground pound is so effective I don't even need to shoot. I'm just shooting just because it's fun at this point. Most effective thing to do would just be ground pound until everything dies. That was, you see the range on that ground pound? So good. And again, this is the fun kind of overpowered. It doesn't break the game because this is an occasional thing. So this is a good kind of overpowered. It's not challenging, but this part of the game doesn't need to be challenging. I think that's everybody. Does anyone want to stop me from leaving? I think I'm about to... am I about to lose the jetpack? This isn't the way forward. What were you thinking? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm about to lose the jetpack. One more ground pound. Oh, two more ground pounds.
Out of fuel. Out of fuel.
You couldn't even give me that. I ask so little. All I ask is for ground pounds and for my Astra Militarum to not die, but that's too much to ask.
Welcome to Bastion Primus, Captain. Sergeant Sedonis briefed me about the Inquisitor and his doomsday weapon. He said you require air transport to the Calcis facility.
Your Valkyries are the fastest way to reach it, and we have no time to spare.
And I have no more fuel for my jetpack.
And the squadron's ready for liftoff. We'll get you to Calcis with all speed. It's time the Imperial Guard brought the fight to the Orcs.
Pilots, this is Lieutenant Mira aboard Valkyrie 1. Look sharp, Orc flyers inbound.
Captain Titus, I need a gunner to man the heavy bolter.
Now this, not knowing about that orc imagination thing, this is so silly. I'm just, and not, I mean, I guess now that I know that this is fueled by imagination, Makes more sense, but it's still comically silly. These jetpacks that look like rockets strapped to their backs. They look like Buzz Lightyear at the end of Toy Story. No! I ask so little of you Astra Militarum guys. There's a few ships that I can shoot the orcs off of. I think that I can't actually damage my friendly ships in this game. So it doesn't matter if I miss a few of the shots. Oh, that guy needs it. What? But I got the orcs off of that one. Why did it blow up? You killed my Astra Militarum guys. It's pretty hard to miss that. I think you pointed it out anyway, though. You Astra Militarum guys are so helpful. Here's a cookie for pointing that out. They're like children doing their token efforts and give a pat on the back. Just gonna hide for a second to regenerate my shield. Why did you take? Oh, it's because the section's ending. Did I do something wrong for you to take my gun away from me? Well, gentlemen, I call that a successful transportation. Thank you. You have served the Imperium well.
Come in, Lieutenant.
Great job.
Valkyrie 2 is down. I require immediate transport.
Granted, they didn't get me all the way to my destination, but they did get me to some more orcs, and I call that a successful transportation. And I'm not just saying that because we need to be patronizing to our Astra Militarum children. Love how the Grots die in one hit. And they explode into blood when you just backhand them. Mind just disintegrates with a backhanded hit. That was close. Better get out of here. Throw a grenade and then get out of here. No one's around, so it's safe now. Made it. Going the wrong way. Do I have a sniper? Yes, I do. Just gonna keep my distance for a little while. That making that a little bit hard for me to regen my health, my shields right now because. Where is this thing? Oh.
Valkyrie on approach.
What is the Inquisitor's status?
The remainder of the squadron has escorted his craft to the outskirts of the Calkis facility.
Very good.
I call that a very successful transportation.
Farewell, Captain. I must return to base. Those damned Orc flyers cost me too many good men and too many gunships. We'll be hard-pressed to defend the outpost.
Thank you.
Did they also cost you too many good women? If they didn't cost you women, I call it discrimination with the way they kill people. Is anyone going to not die in one hit? That's 2 hits. A headshot with no scope. Only in this game can you do that with a sniper rifle. Well, only can the average person do that.
More of them! Dispatch them quickly! We must hurry!
We have time. Oh wait, we don't have time because the Astra Militarum will die the longer we take. For that reason I will hurry, not because this jerk is rushing me. I love saving that rage mode until I'm in a dire situation. Makes it so hard for me to die. I say it right before I'm about to die. No, I got it. They can handle them until I get back. They're kind of blending in with the environment a little bit. Just because it's dark in here. Out here. Just trying to. He wouldn't get stunned because he had too much health, but then when I hit him, he died. Ah! Had 3 rockets and all of them missed me. What a noob. He's supposed to be stunned, but he died again. I asked for so little. I asked for ground pounds, I asked for Astra Militarum to not die, and I asked for orcs to be stunned. I get none of it. That was a misclick, I'm sorry.
Get around the bulk of these orcs.
Just gotta bring my screen a little bit closer. Might be about to die unless we can be a coward enough to survive. Oh, we're good. The homies had my back on that one. Now I think this will I was about to say I think that will regenerate all my health, but that just wasn't in the stars for us. Wait. Ooh, that one did well.
Lead the way.
It might have been hard to see because they disintegrated, but I killed 2 orcs with 1 shot there. Disintegrated him before he could even make it to me. He just never gave up hope in his slow trudge until he died. Don't even need health, I just feel like executing someone. Did I shoot him through the rock? Huh. I was aiming for a different orc when I shot the one behind cover over there. Is he? No, I was confused because he didn't disintegrate. It's a little bit inconsistent about when they disintegrate and when they don't. It's not like there's consistent reasons for them to disintegrate or not disintegrate. I'm getting greedy with this execution, but who cares? Because sometimes you just smack a grot and he dies. Sometimes they don't disintegrate even if you use a melt-a-gun on them. Think we'll get away with this? Okay, yeah. That guy was still reloading while I was executing. Well, I still hear music. There's gotta be more orcs around here somewhere. Going this way? Okay. I mean, there are... Oh. Orcs are up here. I was about to say, well, we're never gonna kill off all of the orcs anyway.
Your help to activate the psychic scourge.
How large is the weapon?
The firing mechanism is at my research lab, but the energy pulse itself travels along conduits from the lab to the orbital spire. There, we will proceed through that door.
But how... The question was, how big is it? And that didn't tell me how big it is. Gave me all the goodies.
Inquisitor.
And I like getting all the goodies. Oh, all the goodies except for the jetpack, I mean. I asked for so little. Ground pounds, execution, and ask military I'm not dying, and I've got none of those things right now. Makes me angry. No, I still have the hammer, so I'm not too angry. Now, I was saying earlier that if I were to do a Let's Play of Rogue Trader, it would take me forever. I failed to mention that the reason it would take me especially long is because I'm not very good at strategy games. And when I'm out of my element, I tend to get lost in games. With the bit I've played of Rogue Trader, I'll probably get lost less often as I go, but it took me a while in Rogue Trader to realize that there's these things you're supposed to click on. You have a top-down perspective of the areas you're in, and you click on stuff with the mouse to interact with it. What I didn't realize at first was that that some stuff you need to get close to before you can click on it. So I was just searching around for something to click on with my mouse without bringing my characters to it, so I ended up getting stuck a few times like that. So you can see why it would take me specifically a very long time to do a Rogue Trader Let's Play. Turned him into a blood volcano. You brought this on yourself. But you didn't even let me execute him? I ask so little. Just skipped straight from not able to be executed to death.
It is. With a few modifications, it also makes an ideal firing tower. The energy pulse.
I think, yeah, I'll put the hammer away so I have different weapons now.
And experimentation go hand in hand.
Gotta switch it up every once in a while, even though the hammer is objectively better, I guess.
we expect inside, Inquisitor?
Oh yes, just a few defenses. What comprises a few, Inquisitor?
Servo turrets, mostly.
Set to eliminate orcs?
Set to eliminate anything with the misfortune to move within their range.
Super soldiers using their very expensive rounds to destroy thousands of dollars worth of government turrets. This is your tax dollars at work. That was close. I would almost call that good coordination, the way they almost stopped me from going behind cover and then came around to flank me.
Xenos detected.
If you're new to Warhammer and you're wondering what Xenos means, it means anyone who's not human, basically. I'm not sure if they use it to describe demons, but it describes orcs, Eldari, Drukhari, Necrons, Legions of Bataan, Tyranids.
Batal.
Why do I have such trouble? I should have been able to say that faster. What's wrong with me? I'm not sure if there's any other types of Xenos armies. I mean, there might be other species in the Warhammer 40K universe, but they just don't have their own faction on tabletop or anything relevant. This setting is very dystopian, so of course these humans are going to hate non-humans regardless of whether or not they're justified, but it's a bit like some of the hate towards aliens is a little bit understandable because orcs and Necrons and Drukhari tend to kill everything of their own that's not their own species in sight. Like I said earlier, none of the factions are really the good guys. The Imperium of Man and the Eldari could be friends if they both weren't so nasty. Well, if their governments weren't so nasty. What I'm saying is, those two races have the capacity for good, but they'll never realize that. I don't know if they ever explained whether or not the orcs have a capacity for good by our standards at least. But I have a dream. One day, orcs and space marines will hold hands together singing, "Here we go, here we go, here we go." I don't really have a dream for Eldari though. They can just die with the other Xenos scum.
Very good, Captain. Your time carrying my power source is finally at an end.
But is that a good thing, though?
Alarm. Structural damage.
What do you need me to do, Inquisitor?
You'll need to manually restart the array alignment. Forcibly, if you must.
Where?
In the firing chamber. Board the lift, Ultramarines.
Time for another elevator joke. So guys, there's an orc.
Captain,
and
you must hurry.
Don't
The
interrupt.
downed orcs have cut the main conduits to the firing
I
tower.
don't care, you interrupted my joke.
Reconnect the conduits, Captain, or we're facing an overload that will rip this planet apart.
Understood.
Tell someone who cares. Anyway, an orc and an Eldari walk into a bar. The Eldari says, "People keep thinking that I'm a Drukhari because they can't tell the difference between an Eldari and a Drukhari." And then the orc says, "I can relate. People keep thinking I'm a grot because they don't understand the difference between an orc and a grot." And then the bartender comes over and he looks at both of them. He tells them, hey, we don't serve the Tau in here.
Primary containment sequence disengaged. Firing sequence in progress.
Thought he was an orc for a second. That's no excuse for me missing, I understand, but...
Look at the spire.
I've been looking for you, Space Marine. You got something of mine!
But you didn't even know what it does!
Why didn't it work? Damn that Drogon! Never trust the Inquisition!
Stand fast, Ultramarines. We can handle a few orcs.
Space Marine! Was that supposed to hurt?
Demons! How is this possible?
Ah! You got new friends now, Space Marine! Inquisitor! Get back!
That's too overpowered.
How heroic. Drogon!
Served you well, Lord Nemeron.
Traitor.
That's what he does to people who serve him well. What does he do to his enemies?
I see. My servant did all that I hoped and more. But he would never have succeeded without you.
Oh, that's nice of you to say.
Captain Titus. Thanks to these brave Space Marines, we have broken through to this reality.
Where you're all gonna die, so... Might have been good that we did that.
Clever fool. You seem surprisingly able to resist my touch, Titus of the Ultramarines.
This is what being able to resist the touch looks like. That's too overpowered.
Which impressed my servant to no end. You think the Inquisitor a traitor, but Drogon has been dead since before you first met. You have been used by my puppet of flesh and bone. I ain't so easy to kill.
Nice way to make you take the final boss seriously. Previously on Space Marine, played by M.V.P.Knight, the orcs are hilariously dumb. The guardsmen, aka the Astra Militarum, can't do their one job of not dying. We've been tricked into summoning some demons from the warp by a corpse puppet. And last time we saw Nemeroth and the orc boss, I forget his name, they were going down the abyss thing together. Somewhere down there, or there, is where they went. So good. I didn't even need the health, I just wanted to show you the execution. Who am I kidding? I just wanted to do the execution for myself. But doing it for you, having you see it is an extra added bonus. I'm not sure, but it might be that they wanted this game to simplify some of the lore so it could be an easier entry point for new players into Warhammer. Because I found out later after playing this game that there's 4 different flavors of Chaos Demons. This game, I'm pretty sure, only has one.
Speak truth. Did we cause a Chaos invasion?
Right,
Of course we did. His Inquisitor puppet manipulated us from the moment we met.
So these demons, I'm pretty sure, are all of Khorne, not Slaanesh, Tzeentch, or Nurgle. And I don't think any of Nurgle, Slaaneshers, or Tzeentch demons show up in this game. Hopefully they'll get more variety in Space Marine 2. There was more variety of demons in Boltgun, however, they didn't have any orcs or anything. I don't think they had any Xenos in Boltgun, if I'm remembering correctly. They had Tzeentch and Nurgle demons in I think Khorne demons in Boltgun, but they didn't have any. I could be wrong, but I don't think they had any Slaanesh demons in Boltgun. It's been a little bit since I played it, and I don't think I knew the lore as well when I played Boltgun, as well as I do now. I mean, not sure if I'll do a video playing the entirety of Boltgun like this video, because the Boltgun was a bit longer, and also I'm a little bit less good at it than this game, so I'm not sure if I could make a digestible singular video in a relatively reasonable amount of time playing the entirety of Boltgun. When I heard that the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita were going to be losing their supports, I downloaded some of my favorites PlayStation 3 games and PlayStation Vita games. I don't think I'll make videos about the PlayStation Vita games. Maybe? I mean, the ones I got on the PlayStation Vita are, I think, available somewhere else. But the PlayStation 3 games I made sure I had downloaded were the God of War Origins games, Batman Arkham Origins, Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Was there anything else? That might have been it. But I might make a video about Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, particularly because they don't sell it anymore. I mean, not digitally, and the physical copies of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions are expensive now that they sell secondhand. Another game, I'm not sure if I'll make a video out of it, not just because I'm not sure if I could do it in a reasonable amount of time, but also because it doesn't have that big an audience for it, is Evil West. I really liked that game. Some people didn't like it because there wasn't too much to do apart from combat, but I love those types of games. Even though I didn't really care for the characters in Evil West, I don't even like westerns very much, but I still liked it.
So, the demon killed Inquisitor Drogon and then possessed his body. But why?
Alone, there was no way the demon could get the power source past 1 million orcs. It needed help.
And we obliged.
I was deceived. I am responsible for chaos breaking through to this world.
Well, I'll be alright in the end, for the best in the end even, because when this is over, there's going to be a ton of dead orcs and a ton of dead demons, so I'd call that a win. Halo armor, yes, very tough stuff and rare. A game that I already did do a full game playthrough, well, it was an abridged version of it, was Immortals of Avium. It was kind of good, the gameplay was good, and the story goes from trash to alright with a few hiccups. It wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Well, as some people were expecting it to be. The dialogue can get pretty bad in Immortals of Avium, and my video about Immortals of Avium, I don't think it was as good as this one. I mean, I haven't edited this video yet as I'm recording this, but I mean, I haven't even edited the earlier parts of it as I'm recording this part of it. I mean, but I think that this is better than the Immortals of Avium video I made. So if you want to watch that one, just know that before you go into it. But I don't regret playing it. With the chaos forces in this game, I remember being I don't know if kind of confused about them. Hang on just a second.
You held the unshielded power source again, Captain. And again, you emerged from the exposure unscathed. The Codex Astartes warns that those in league with Chaos can withstand the warp's touch.
You forget yourself, Ultramarine.
Leandros, I do not take this warp resistance lightly. But the search for answers must wait until after we deal with this Chaos invasion.
What if that is too late?
Leandros, enough. We need to keep moving.
I don't like your paranoia towards... Wait, which one of you said that? Oh, you... I don't like your paranoia towards me. And if that happens again, we might have, well... I don't think the Exterminatus would be a fair solution for specifically him. How else do we solve problems? I mean, they have two solutions apparently. One is Exterminatus, where you blow up the entire planet, and the other solution is send in the Space Marines. But how do you deal with the Space Marine on Space Marine problem? So when I first played this game and was trying to figure out what these guys are, one of the earlier places my mind went to was when they said they are breaking through into this reality. I was wondering if the warp was a mirror dimension with its evil versions of stuff, and I thought that maybe the Chaos Space Marines were mirror dimension versions of the Space Marines from the Imperium, but that was not how it is at all, of course. I found out later. I was distracted when that's why I died, for the record. And really, the Chaos Space Marines are traitors from the Imperium who are led away by Horus, and they follow the Chaos false gods, and maybe these guys specifically weren't in the warp. It's just the demons and Nemeroth in the warp. The other place my mind went to theorize about these guys is I thought that the Space Marines I'm fighting here were just some of the guys that we brought along with us that got corrupted during the invasion. But of course, these guys have been Chaos Space Marines for a very long time, and this is a lot that the game didn't make clear, as if it expected you to know that. Hang on, does it have like a codex for me to see all the information about these guys? I don't think the journals would tell me anything. Maybe that was a point for it to be confusing, so you delve deeper into the lore to figure everything out.
My lords, help us!
Oh, sorry, I thought you're heretics.
Demons! Where are they all coming from?
Yeah, what? I wonder how demons could have gotten here.
Report. My lord Space Marine. They were on us almost immediately.
Captain Titus, are you there? This is Lieutenant Mira. This whole planet has gone mad.
The
The forces of chaos are invading this world. We must get to the Titan and destroy that warp gate.
I know what route to take. I deployed troops to man outposts between the Calkis facility and Bastion Primus. From there, you can access the rail network and cross to Manufactorum Ajakis.
Understood. I will meet you there.
I love how he didn't at all mention that they were responsible for this. As you can see, the orcs and demons don't like each other. My understanding is the only reason the Imperium is able to last so long with all of its enemies is because all of its enemies are also fighting each other. If Xenos and Chaos were all united against just the Imperium, they probably wouldn't last very long. I think even the Chaos False Gods themselves have infighting, and obviously the Xenos don't like other Xenos. They kind of have similar policies that the Imperium has, where they only like their own species. And even the orcs will fight each other. Well, I think they might be one of the only species that has significance in fighting, unless you count Eldari versus Drukhari as infighting, I think. Because Eldari and Drukhari are basically their versions of elves and dark elves, which they kind of function as separate species, but they look the same, and it's kind of hard to know the difference between them unless you go deep into the lore. I remember seeing these miniatures for the Eldari that are called like Dark Reavers or something, and I thought that the Drukhari are by definition the darker versions of them, but there's a dark set of miniatures for the Eldari. That's so confusing.
Agents of chaos.
Trooper, get yourself together right now!
Yes, Mom.
The other platoons are going to fall back towards the Bastion. Hold this position, or they'll be cut off. Greetings, Ultramarines.
What is your situation, Lieutenant?
As well as can be hoped, considering we are surrounded on all sides by the enemy horde. We're heading back to the command post, Captain.
I would be tempted to call shenanigans on the girl being the only one with her head on her shoulders if it's not for the Space Marines being men with heads on their shoulders, clearly. So I guess I'll allow that. Not too long ago, I heard that people were complaining about the new Fallout series having a female protagonist, and I heard someone saying that was ridiculous of them to complain about that. Hang on. And honestly, I think that might not the fact that they see that as a bad sign might not be sexist as much as it's just pattern recognition. Because we've been seeing so many movies and TV shows lately where the female character is this overpowered, bitter nag, and all the male characters are portrayed as idiots around her. I think that the fact that female protagonists are being seen as a bad sign by some people is a storyteller's fault. That Fallout series is coming from Amazon, who also made the Rings of Power show, which has terribly written female protagonists. On one hand, it should be sad that people have that reaction to female protagonists, but I can't call sexism on them thinking that at this point. It's just how a lot of female protagonists are written these days. Amazon is going to be making Warhammer 40K shows and movies. At this point, shouldn't we be glad that all Space Marines are, I don't know, there's no female Space Marines, or are we gonna see that as a potential disaster blocker. I don't know. As you can see, orcs don't know how to aim. They shot 3 missiles right past, well, about a mile past me. The first Warhammer 40K book I tried reading was called Dark Imperium, and it wasn't horrible. It just goes into ridiculous amounts of... I'm not getting enough weapon diversity, so I'm gonna have to get a weapon that doesn't keep me from using up my other guns. The first Warhammer 40K book that I read was Dark Imperium, I'm pretty sure. And it wasn't really horrible, but it had so much detail about how these structures that hold X number of people and the details of transporting all this and carrying all that for multiple pages, and we just went on forever in a few different places, and it kept bouncing between these human characters that were so loosely connected, and it spends so little time with each of them that I couldn't remember most of their names. So it wasn't really horrible as much as it was just hard to pay attention to, I guess. There was some good stuff in it, though. After reading that, I knew it had sequels, but instead of reading the sequels, Dark Imperium, I looked up Warhammer 40K Orc book, and I found Brutal Cunning, and I liked that one a lot better. Mostly because I was spoiled with Space Marine, I guess. I wanted more orc stuff. In Brutal Cunning, at one point the narration says no orc ever aims. They just pull the trigger and let Gork and Mork decide who dies. You can kind of see some truth in them not aiming. Why do people keep putting shielded troops in games?
Forget. Never forget.
Alright, apparently this is no time for literature, this is time for getting good at violence. So let's focus. Thought that guy was alive. Apparently not. Sorry I went without talking for so long, but you could see the improvement though, right? Now, hack and slash games are my specialty.
This way.
Yes. You say that while I'm going the correct way and you're far behind me, but anyway. Hack and slash games are my specialty, but unfortunately most Warhammer games are strategy games, which I'm not as good at. I tried playing a bit of Total War Warhammer 3, couldn't even get past the prologue section on easy mode. I've been learning lately that I'm slightly better at turn-based strategy games than real-time strategy games, which is surprising to me, which was kind of surprising to me but it makes sense on reflection, because I like to have more control, like I like to get in there and get my hands dirty, I guess. At first, turn-based strategy games didn't feel as visceral, but when I think about it, real-time strategy games take so much control away from me, it feels like. Meanwhile, with turn-based strategy games, I'm controlling everything that happens. Well, everything that my characters do, anyway. And it's not like anything happens without me there to oversee it. Because real-time strategy games, it's so hard to keep up with everything. It's so hard to know what everything does. It's hard to see everything. A lot of stuff happens at the same time. I can't monitor it all. I don't even know what difference it makes to send them in from different angles or at different positions with real-time strategy games. With things being as slow in turn-based strategy games, it's much easier to monitor what everything does. Rogue Trader is, of course, a turn-based strategy game, and I'm liking it so far. Kind of having trouble committing to a gameplay session of Rogue Trader, at least for now. I kind of gain momentum with sometimes when I play a video game, I'll not play it for very long sessions at first, but as I get into it, it gets easier to play it for long periods of time. I'm in the earlier stages with Rogue Trader right now. The thing is, there's a lot of reading, and I'm someone who reads books, but when I'm playing a video game, I like to I'm in play video game mode, so it's harder to get myself to read long texts, even though I do like reading. When I tried playing Total War Warhammer 3, I leaned heavily on auto-resolve, and when that wouldn't work, on the few occasions where I would manually control a battle, I thought I guess I'll just send everybody in at that one. That didn't work. I tried doing the prologue. I was getting nowhere, so I started a different campaign with Slanash's army, and that was just auto-resolve. Oh, he can't auto-resolve. Destruction happens. I hear kill the Space Marines and walk and war cries as I'm throwing everybody around. It's a little bit tricky with the grenades sometimes. When you throw them right at them, at least keep running at you. Not really bad, it's just something to keep in mind, I guess. Can't execute him right now, there's too many guys surrounding him. Okay, now that the big guy is out, I don't think there's going to be any more big guys. I'm going to wait to that thing. I just need to press the button and then I can leave. Use my Fury mode, keep my health regenerating so I can just walk right through. Is that good? Yeah.
It's working. The sentry guns are back online.
automated turrets seem to be doing a lot better than the guardsmen. It makes me wonder, have they ever said why robots aren't used in the Imperium of Man? I mean, robot soldiers. I mean, I should look that up sometime. You know what, I'm gonna look it up right now. Hang on. I think what it's telling me is they had an uprising with the Man of Iron AI thing, so from then on out they stopped using AI for big military stuff, at least. Do I want to change sword or axe right now? I haven't used the axe against demons for any of those unique executions yet, so I'll stick with the axe for now. You
think you can walk out of here with that sparkly thing?
I wouldn't dream of it walking out without killing you, Grimskull.
I'm Boss Grimskull! This whole planet is mine! Whoa!
Bring it.
You've been at my heels for long enough, Orc.
Ha, that didn't even break my shield.
Cause I'm gonna kill you, Space
Ha, that didn't even kill me.
Don't shoot me! Stand still so I can kill you!
But why would I do that, though? These Xenos make no sense. Logic is, of course, something exclusive to humans. Okay, maybe Eldari have some logic to them. But certainly not orcs. What the? Well, that took away a lot of health instantly. Thank you for all standing in the same place. I think that melee is not a very good idea with this particular boss. Because he just hits you really hard up close. Does he have friendly fire? Yes, he does. That one last guy was so lucky to survive all that. He has no regard for his fellow orc's safety, and they have no idea. They don't care at all. I just think it's normal for the boss to trample over the other orcs. If the boss trampled over them, I guess they deserved it for being in his way.
Why do you give me so much trouble, Space Marine?
Because you're an orc. Not really sure how much damage I'm doing to him, but I have ammo to spare, so I guess I'll keep going like this. Speaking of bosses killing their own troops, I've been thinking that the prequel trilogy has merit because it did world building that other stories and other shows and video games were able to use, but the sequel trilogy has no merit. I'm talking about Star Wars. I mean, but the only example I can think of of something good coming out of the sequel trilogy's existence is... Hang on.
I ain't finished with you yet, Space Marine!
But I am finished with you, Orc.
That's not how you deal with things when one person finishes and the other doesn't. But anyway, I can't think of much good stuff that came out of the sequel trilogy's existence. By the sequel trilogy, I mean Star Wars Episodes 7, 8, and 9. The only good thing I can think of coming out of the sequel trilogy is this. There's this part of Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker saga, where you're in the base with Kylo Ren and Rey, and there's a bunch of stormtroopers around there. If you play as Kylo Ren and you start attacking the stormtroopers, one of them says, "He's at it again," and I thought that was pretty funny. And that's the only good thing I can think of that came out of the sequel trilogy's existence. Well, that and some people like Kylo Ren and Rey on a conceptual level.
Dealt with their war boss once and for all.
We have a chance now.
Bolster your defenses. The demon host will not be so easy to frighten off.
Good luck, Titus. All our hopes are with you.
By conceptual level, I mean what they have in their head is better than what actually happens in the movies. Now, they said that the orcs left because I killed their boss. I could be wrong, but I think that's a little bit inconsistent. There's a part of Brutal Cunning where Adeptus Mechanicus says that if an orc boss dies, then the other orcs will fight each other for control. I don't know if that's just difference of opinion or if one's right and the other's wrong or what's going on. You know, I've been talking a bit about the concept of maybe I'll release this all as one video right away, or maybe I'll release it in chunks and then compile it all later. There's been a few different videos that are compilations of other videos I've made. One of the oldest and longest series I've ever done on this channel is The Romance in Stargirl, which is a show I like a lot more than a lot of other people do. Well, what I mean is it doesn't really get the respect it deserves. It's a superhero show. It's one of the lesser talked about superhero shows from the CW, but I think it's the best one out of all the CW DC shows. I even enjoy it more than Superman and Lois personally. I mean, it's a Rorschach of how much that's saying, depending on which season you're looking at. But anyway, the thing about the Romance and Stargirl videos I made was it was kind of early on for me, and I'm not really sure those videos are as good as they should have been. So if I was to make a compilation video of the Romance and Stargirl, it wouldn't just be a compilation. I would re-record a lot of it, and some of it would be footage from the original versions, and maybe I'd add a lot of stuff to it and call it the definitive edition. But the thing is, doing that would take a long time, and I'm not really sure I can justify making that big of a commitment for Stargirl, considering how un-mainstream it is, especially this long after the show ended. It's one of my, in recent memory, favorite live-action shows, if that makes sense. It might be my favorite live-action superhero show. There may have been better animated superhero shows, but live-action competition doesn't hold up in my opinion. I think Arrow and The Flash both started out good, and they progressively got worse after their second seasons. The last time I watched The Flash, it was so abysmal. It felt like I'm someone who likes watching cartoons and shows that some would argue are made mostly for children. Even I'm thinking I'm feeling like I'm too old to watch the later seasons of The Flash. So I dropped both Flash and Arrow. And the other shows, they either started out good and then deteriorated, or they were always bad, except for Stargirl. I mean, Superman and Lois is kind of still good. It's not as good as Stargirl, and Stargirl never lost its quality in my opinion. If anything, it got better. I think season 3, I think, was probably a lot better than season 2 was a lot better than season 1, and then season 3, I think, was a lot better than season 2. So it only went upwards. If I'm remembering correctly. I think I am, though. I think the only other show besides Stargirl that the CW made that I actually finished was Smallville. If the CW made Smallville, I think they did. Assuming that the CW made... Hang on. Yeah, it was. Except if you count Swamp Thing as a CW season. What do you mean I can't? Thank you. If you count Swamp Thing, I guess I finished Swamp Thing 2, which only lasted 1 season. So I've only finished Smallville, Stargirl, and Swamp Thing. The others I gave up on at various points. Those are not good, or they became not good. That's no fair hiding behind the farther back place, whatever you call it. Hiding behind the floor, that doesn't sound right, but it is. He sidesteps like I do because he's a space marine. That's a nice detail. Is there anyone else here? Because I got a ton more bullets left. Come on, you know I can't execute you up there. Is that everybody? Someone better stop me if they're still alive. Okay. Regrettably, fellas, I'm out of lore-accurate elevator jokes.
Hard work occupies the body and distracts the mind. It is a noble and worthy thing.
Sure. Do they get paid for their hard work, though? For their noble hard work? And paying your employees is noble.
All workers of Class 9 and above must report for their shifts, despite the emergency.
Everybody's gone, computer. Everyone's gone or dead, or Astra Militarum, which is close to being dead.
That did it, Ultramarines. If you can release our mooring clamps, we can bring devastation to the invaders.
Do they have hundreds of people piloting that thing? Because they said that they can't pilot it without hundreds of people, and I'm not sure if they got everyone in there when I wasn't looking. I don't know, I just want to switch I still want the heavy bolter, thank you. It's been a long I just thought it's been a long time since I got a jetpack. I'm not really sure if I'm getting that again for a while. Maybe they didn't want you using that against the Chaos Forces, make it too easy. Because I think they want you to take the Chaos Forces a little more seriously. Maybe I think they give you the jetpack at least one more time. That didn't work. I was trying to melee them. But if I could just get a little more fury for my fury thing, and then I'll be. I ask for only 4 things. I ask for ground pounds, Astra Militarum to not die. I ask for... what was the third thing? ask for one other thing, and I ask for Fury to save my life. Is that so much to ask? Yet I get none of it. Let's give him a commendation for lasting that long against all that. I was just getting sprayed from every direction. It'll work this time. Alright. That was the millionth time was a charm. At least he reloads fast when in rage mode. Get him. Oh.
I will feed you to the dark gods myself, Ultramarine.
Tell your dark false gods that they need Jesus. His marketability matches my own, but I will overcome his marketability. Marketability sometimes wins. And if someone tells you that marketability always wins, then that person is either a fool or a liar. Don't trust that person. Hip. Homies, where are you? Okay, we're good. I don't know why someone would think I need help from my homies. I clearly have this all under control just by myself. Die. There was a split second where I saw that coming, but I just couldn't get out in time. Can't sprint with this heavy bolter, so that's why I'm dashing so much. Death to what now? Why don't you finish that sentence? I can't hear you. Speak up, son. Thankfully, those aren't Chaos Space Marines up there, so they can die pretty quickly. Might be wondering, why don't the Chaos Demons have any long-range weapons? I'm pretty sure that the reason why a lot of Chaos Demons don't have technology is because the miniatures that they use for demons in Warhammer 40K can also be used in Warhammer Fantasy. So they have to be able to be compatible with a fantasy setting, but medieval-esque fantasy setting. Which, it's cool that they don't make, well, I know that they have been up to some shenanigans with their miniature selling, but it is nice that they at least let you use the same Chaos Demons for both fantasy and 40K. Show you, pathetic. That's what pathetic looks like. A smoldering pile of glowing stuff. That's what pathetic looks like. I say that after I died to these guys at least twice. What is this heresy? What? Wait, what? Oh. Were we supposed to split up? Okay. Nobody freaked out like I was freaking out. All part of God's plan, apparently.
You belong to the machine god.
Well,
you are a cog in the glorious.
Well, most of the Imperium of Man worships the Emperor, and then the Adeptus Mechanicus worship what they call the Omnissiah, or the Machine God. I've heard varying stories about whether they also worship the Emperor, or if they think that the Emperor is just a cool leader but not a god, or they worship both. I think my understanding of the Adeptus Mechanicus' religion thing is they have different theologies concerning the Emperor and the Omnissiah. Like, some of them worship both. Some of them think that the Emperor is part of the Omnissiah. Some of them just worship the Omnissiah but not the Emperor, I think. Because I know for a fact that at least some of them worship the Emperor. In fact, some of them also worship the Primarchs, which are the Emperor's clone-ish kind of things. In Dark Imperium, there's a Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest who thinks it's his mission to convince the Primarch that he's a god, even though that Primarch knows he's not a god. That was in Dark Imperium. I think I might have kind of undercut it a little bit. It was okay. Just had a few pages worth skipping. Oh, thank goodness I was supposed to fall off that edge.
Travel across the armature to the starboard side, Captain. I will open a maintenance apse for the volcano cannon.
Protocols suspended. Access authorized.
The apse is below you, Captain.
Where? Oh, I think I'm just along for the ride. Okay, that's not working at all. You can't shoot at flying targets, moving targets, I mean, with bullets so slow. Is this working? I can't tell if you're dying. Are you dying? Well, had I remembered that I was going to be facing these guys like this, I would have made sure I had a sniper rifle on me. Not looking great. Almost in a good place. If I can just finish off this one more guy. No, okay, that'll keep him from shooting me for a second while I clear out this guy. Come on.
Serve the Emperor today. Tomorrow,
It's fine. Let's just hope it puts me back at that place where I can choose my guns. What do we got here? Stalker, yeah, that'll work. Things will be much different this time. 1000% different results, I assure you. Where are they? There you are. The thing I'm standing on is moving around, which is kind of making it a little harder to aim. Okay, we didn't get that one, never mind. Once I'm down to lower health, I'll use my rage mode, which will slow time while I'm aiming, and then I'll wreck shop for sure. Unless I run out of ammo. Is there any ammo on this? I might have over-promised with the results of this sniper rifle. Okay. Next. How could you ever have been nervous and doubted me? I told you that there would 1000% chance be the different results this time. How could you ever have doubted me?
Power source successfully integrated.
Target the orbital spire.
Target acquired.
Firing now.
Pretty.
Alarm. Ejecting power core. Shutting down all systems.
Captain, all systems are overloading. Did it work?
Invictus performed admirably, Enoch. The warp gate is closing.
That's done it, Titus.
But Nemoroth and his demon host still roam free.
And what were you guys doing while I was doing all the hard work?
Get this damn thing secured, Sergeant.
As quickly as I can. What will you be doing while I run this little errand?
There are still thousands of traitors and heretics on this world. I intend to drastically thin their ranks.
Excuse me, I shouldn't use old as a derogatory. I'm trying to use it as a clarification of which one I'm talking about. The older guy just asked, what am I going to be doing? As if I haven't been carrying the team this entire time.
Sidonis, get to the landing pad.
As if I hadn't been saying, let me take the heat. Will you guys escort the Inquisitor on the safer road? Obviously, most of them are
crippled in body, then corrupt in mind.
Yes, we already saw that part. You can skip that, please. Okay. Alright. They're trying to lull me into a sense of security by having all of them on the bridge there. Gotta keep making sure that they're not flanking me from the left. Also needs to be wary of grenades, apparently, since they can very quickly ruin my whole life. They dead? Okay. Kind of just disappeared into smoke for a second. I might just be misremembering. I'm not sure they actually do flank me from the left. Maybe they are just all on the upper walkways.
To the attack!
Just in time. Is you alive still? I guess not. Not really sure if this is the same guy, to be honest. Oh, they do flank me. I wasn't crazy after all. Well, I mean, wasn't crazy. What I shouldn't have said I wasn't crazy after all. What I should have said was that was not a result of me being crazy.
These traitors are determined, and this landing pad does not offer much cover.
What a beast. No one's ever gonna be able to kill that guy. Oh. I'm sorry, I jinxed you. What have I done? If only I could have seen him coming. It's not like there was this huge, massive blowing smoke right next to me.
No!
I gave him the power cell for 5 minutes. And carrying him around all day. This never happened.
Such a pretty bauble, hiding such immense power. This device is a gift from the Chaos Gods. It holds the key to my evolution, to my ascension to immortal demonhood. My armies will spill humanity's blood across the stars. You continue to resist my touch.
That's what resisting the touch looks like?
Connection to the warp can explain this. Will you be joining us soon, brother?
He would have been more smart to just kill me right then.
I couldn't reach him in time.
Sidonus died as we all should. In righteous battle, do not give in to grief, Leandros. Turn your thoughts to vengeance. Never
wise words. Well, wise when you're talking about vengeance towards enemies of war. There's a good weapon around here somewhere. Don't shoot at me while I'm looking for a gun. Hang on. Well, I know it's around here somewhere. Will y'all just be patient with me? Hang on. I'm probably gonna die, but at least I'll know where the gun is for my next life. Does it not show up until a little bit later? What?
It's better to die for the Emperor than live for yourself.
Okay, I guess I'll just start fighting them and I'll find the gun eventually. What chapter am I on in case I need to replay this? Chapter 14. If I kill everyone here without finding the gun, I'm gonna replay this. Because me not having that gun will not stand. Can I have a gun now? I'm worried that might not be enough. Wasn't enough. I didn't think that guy would live after taking 2 chainsaw hits. Chainsword hits. Where is that gun? It's supposed to be around here. It's supposed to be around here. Right here. And the last place I'd think kept looking for shiny stuff. Kill me. Kill me. No, better. Restart checkpoint. Of course, I kept looking for some shiny, glowing thing. Just hiding in plain sight the whole time.
Sidonus died as we all should.
Forgive me for not seeing what was right in front of me all along. This time, everyone's gonna die super easy, you'll see. Die. How many shots does it take to get to the center? 1, 2, 3, 4. pretty sure I missed that first shot, so it might have looked like 5 is actually 4. Okay, this looks bad, but don't panic. You know what? It looks very, very bad, but it's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about. That health bar, that's deceptive. That's put there to make them overconfident. That's what the health bar does. That's why it looks like I was losing. Really, I was winning all along. At this point, I don't think I need to do any more executions for health. It'll just... After this fight, I'll go to another cutscene, and that should regenerate my health. Good news, you only need to have room for 2 people on that ship. Why'd the ship take off again? Oh, is that not how we're getting to where I need to be?
Nemeroth killed Sidonus for the power source. You said the Inquisitor's work was heretical, Leandros. You were right.
What do you mean?
Nemeroth plans to use the power source to trigger his transformation into a demon prince.
Abomination!
How can we stand against such a creature?
I will kill Nemeroth when he's most vulnerable. During the transformation. Safeguard Sidonus until the apothecary arrives. Then join the Imperial attack.
Alone is suicide. Or worse, we know the enemy takes great interest in your connection to chaos.
Do you fear my falling to chaos?
Of course not.
Liar.
Whatever lies behind your resistance, it can only be to the enemy's favor.
Why? Perhaps this resistance can get you close enough for a killing blow.
That's
better. I will destroy Nemeroth with skill and steel, or die trying. If this resistance comes into play during battle, so be it.
So be it.
If only Space Marines had romantic attachments, because that girl would be girlfriend material. I don't actually know if it's forbidden as much as it's just a side effect that they're not interested in romance. Could be wrong. Yeah. Getting close to the end. Yeah, I'll go with hammer for now. I'll use the ammo for the heavy bolter later. Well, that's what you get for being Chaos-esque. Yes, I can. Who needs long-range weapons when your enemies are just glorified Astra Militarum copies? Been forgetting to do executions on the demons. Sorry about that. But those sorcerer floating guys, that I haven't been able to use executions on them because they've been on higher platforms. Get to safety, get to safety. That was close. I had to shoot the guys that were shooting me in slow motion to keep them from getting the last of my health. Just shoot the guys that come into sight and wait for their shots to regenerate. these grenades? Because that would be good. No, it's not grenades. Need to get closer. I should be playing to the fact that I have a hammer right now. You coward!
They shall know no fear.
I can't use 2 of my weapons while I have the hammer, so I need to make use of the hammer or die. Yes, I've seen it. Thank you. While he's stunned, I'll get you guys. Okay. That was the easy part, though. Shields holding. Back safe. Okay. Going in. If I can get the other sorcerer before I run out of health, that would be very advantageous. I was onto something by trying to use fury modes in the hammer to kill the floating guys. The problem was that I kept swinging while he was out of range. Just need to make sure I'm close enough this time. The tricky part was that there was so much mist, it was hard to see where he was. I can afford to execute him while they shoot at me. It's not like this is the hard part. Die. It's just, there's a guy behind me that died from that attack. He's alive? Huh. He's a lot tougher than Grotz, apparently. Shields holding. There's not many guys to the right here. I'm gonna go in and do that melee plan that I was talking about. Just want to make sure my shields are at capacity before I charge. No one's shooting me. Alright, straight for the floating guys. Use the fury mode as soon as I get low on health. Or kind of low on health. Lowish enough on health. There he is. Stay on target. I can't tell if he teleported or if I killed him. No. Run. Okay. Okay, whoever shot that just volunteered to die. Volunteered to be my execution because I need it right now. First, I need to get to safety away from all this fire. Now we're good. My hammer makes me more marketable than him, so I don't need to button mash. And back up to full health. Sorcerers, or whatever they're called, seems to be gone. That plan saw us through. We did it, you guys. Coward. Come back here and face me. That guy almost got really lucky. Okay. Everybody's dead. Everything is good when everyone is dead. Well, all the heretics and orcs, that is.
Captain Titus, the Liberation Fleet is in orbit. Fresh troops are landing, preparing to assault the orbital spire.
It may be severed, but it's still the enemy's strong point.
The fleet is preparing an all-out assault.
Their attack will not be enough to stop the forces of Cain.
I know. Good luck, Titus.
You got time. Because they're weak demons. And what are demons against a space marine in love with the lieutenant? Nice using the hammer, but we should get some use out of this heavy bolter now. And the sniper rifle, of course. Got plenty of grenades. Pretty much full on ammo. We're looking good. That's not right. I can totally take that guy, it's just that the other friend is shooting me in the meantime. Fine, you want the Fury mode, you've got it. My Fury mode surpasses your marketability. And it didn't even take me 3 tries that time. Why am I using bullets against these little guys? They don't require bullets to die. Look at that. They shoot at me and I just keep... What? I don't even need to touch them. They'll just disintegrate out of embarrassment. Just to switch it up, I'll go with the chainsaw sword. Just ignore those first few shots, please. He shoots like an orc. It was very noble of you to volunteer to die before the Chaos Space Marine dies. And just because we need to have more execution on the camera, and it might get me killed, but who cares? Okay, we need to be a little bit careful right now, just a second. I can avoid that, I think I can avoid that. Long. What? No long. That was supposed to stun him, but it didn't, I guess. Maybe that particular attack doesn't stun demons? Thank you for the longagongs. I'm back to full health. Excuse you. Yeah, must get to him in time. Alright. I'll overcome your marketability! Yes. Marketability never wins. What is marketability against a space marine in love with the lieutenant? can't move that way. What? Collision detection is a little bit questionable in this game. Mine. Mine to mine to mine to mine. Mine to mine, mine. There better be some enemies down there for me to use this gun on. Oh, I think there is. The way they dodge some of your bullets is a nice way to have them make up for the fact that they have no long-range attacks. They can't do that forever, so it doesn't become annoying, though. I could have meleeed that guy, but just want to milk the gun for all it's worth. And the sooner I use it all up, the sooner I'll be able to walk a little faster. Because I cannot sprint with the heavy gun. No, I didn't mean for you to... Thankfully, the gun did not clip through the floor when the elevator raised. With game glitches, that tends to be a thing. I'm all out of jokes, well, elevators, lower accurate jokes, I mean, and all out of people to tell them to. When I first saw this guy, I totally thought he was another Chaos Space Marine.
Blood Raven Squad Corvus reporting in, Captain Titus.
Kept shooting
we joined
at
the
him.
Liberation Fleet at Bakar, along with a squad of Black Templars.
Unleash the fury you showed in the Aurelian Crusade, and we will be glad to have even a few Blood Ravens with us.
You may rely on that, Captain.
Even
Join
when you...
the forces driving into the demon host, and stop any enemies trying to follow me up the orbital spire.
Even when you know that these are friendlies, it's still easy to confuse them in this dark area. About to die. Oh. I'm ashamed. I can tell you what my mistake was there. I acted like I was the only person there when really I could have stayed back and shot from a distance along with my other homies. Should hang back and shoot from a distance. What I was doing before was running away from my homies. See, right now I'm not the only target.
Attack.
They already were attacking.
Brothers, forward!
But they... oh. I was about to say, they can die. No, they can't. Maybe they can't, because he didn't actually die. That looks like it was going to be fatal, but he just walked it off like it was nothing. What a beast. I was full health, I just wanted longs. Back to my homies. I learned my lesson. Back to the homie. Where are the other Oh, there's the other homies. Doesn't he kind of look like a Chaos Space Marine from a distance when you squint at him? They're identifiable by their red color, but that's so dark out here. And when I first played the game, I just thought, oh, it's Chaos Space Marines because they have colors different from mine. Why else would they have different colors? Little did I know there's different chapters of Space Marines.
Squad Regulus making planet fall. Touchdown imminent. Ultramarines, deploy on my mark. Heavy infestation at drop point Validus. Cleanse and purge.
Don't have any shields, that's okay because they're all distracted. And then these guys come in, and when I've been wired to think if they're red, they're friendly, they come in with their slightly different color variation in the dark. On previous playthroughs, I would shoot at friendlies and nothing would happen. Okay, fall back. Almost made it. Almost made it to safety. Must stay with the homies. See, at first I wasn't shooting at that guy because I thought he was a homie.
Orders, Captain. Destroy these Chaos forces. I must reach the orbital spire.
Yes, sir.
I think I skipped this one in the past life. Good thing I died then. I never would have gotten this gun. It's taking far more bullets than I would have expected it to. Stick with homies, stick with homies.
Squad Solinus reporting in. Manufactorum Narcis is secure.
Very good.
Your orders, Captain.
Contain the Chaos threat here.
Understood. Thunderhawk ready for transport, Captain Titus.
I will need all your skill, pilot.
Wait, are you taking me away from this gun?
The orbital spire will do for today, brother.
I don't think those big guns last through cutscenes. No more big gun. I think I'm getting somewhat close to the end. It's been an adventurous adventure. It's been worth every second. Okay. Only one time you get the jetpack after the Chaos forces show up.
I will hold here as long as I can, Captain.
No, brother. Rejoin our forces and bring fury to the enemy. This battle is mine alone.
Yes, sir.
I have ground pounds, and there's no Astra Militarum dying. Life is good. These guys have nothing anymore. You don't have anything anymore. Where are all the wizards to protect you now? Oh, you can't do anything while I'm more than a foot away from you, can you? Ha ha. You got nothing. I could have just landed normally, but where would the fun be in that?
This madness will not stop me, and neither will you.
Now you get executed, and you get executed, and you get executed. Oh, hang on. I'll be back. There's more pressing matter than the lot of you. Aren't so tough now that I can fly, are you? Where are those guys that I left behind because I deemed them unimportant? Alright. Excuse you? Did you think you were a worthy combatant? You embarrass yourself. They can't even do anything but just keep walking slowly and take their bullets. Pathetic. Dark false gods or what, huh? I would say you need Jesus, but it's too late for you to have Jesus. You get an execution, and you get an execution. You do get an execution. You get an execution. You get an execution. That guy couldn't handle the sight of you all getting executions, so he didn't get his own, but that's okay. And you get an execution. Barely did anything. Stabbed all the way through me, didn't do much of anything. Such pathetic. And you get an execution, and you get an execution.
Out of fuel.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put away the hammer so I can use my other weapons now. Hunt down Nemeroth, the final boss. We're getting very, very close to the end after I get these guys. I mean, you sure? I don't feel like I'm gonna die today. Sure, you get an execution. Yeah, you're not good enough to have an execution. You'll just die normally. That guy got up just so he could explode. Ammo crate. I knew it'd happen. Don't have time for executions right now.
Only in death does duty end.
I tried to use the rage mode right as I died. Clearly, I did not send up enough grenades the first time. Okay, that's getting a little... I know I said before it didn't happen to an annoying degree, but that was a little bit annoying. That's alright. They're just trying to encourage me to use melee combat too. Now, this guy doesn't deserve an execution, so... Normal... Yes, 3 grenades do work.
Hold the door! Kill the weak!
Gonna fall back a bit. The hovering guys over there, and I think the smaller targets will follow me. They'll overcome your marketability. Ah. Thankfully, that grenade didn't get me. It's okay, it'll regenerate, it'll regenerate. Everybody be calm first. Making it hard for me to be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Okay.
To the attack!
Does anyone else want to stand between me and the final boss? I think we're coming up on it.
There's much blood on your hands, Nemeroth. For all those you have killed. For Sidonus, and for the Emperor. I will finish this.
Dread gods of chaos, I am Nemeroth, your herald and champion. I have burned 1,000 worlds.
He'll keep narrating for a while, so I'll have time to choose my weapons. I'm gonna go with the classic weapon, the chain swords, for the final battle. It's gonna be close quarters for a while, so choose the melta gun over the sniper rifle. It's nice that they give you this many options for, well, yeah, this many options for the final battle. I want the heavy bolter. I'm going to go with this one, and of course I can't switch these two out. Yeah, I think we're ready. This is it, the final boss. Well, most of this is just him standing there while his lackeys fight me. But this is the climax, I should say. I came here to kick bubblegum and to chew rump posterior. Don't you mean kick rump posterior and chew bubblegum? I know what I said. I will chew your rump posterior.
You want to talk to your gods? I will send you to them.
Admitted, Titus. The power of chaos is within you, calling to this relic.
If I have such power, I'll use it for good.
Dominating this galaxy in glorious conquest, with you at their head. Imagine the power you could wield.
As a slave to chaos, nothing you say could tempt me from the path of honor, or from avenging the deaths of my battle brothers.
Yeah, if you want to make nice with me, you shouldn't have killed a friend.
You are no threat to me now, Ultramarine.
I think I might have prematurely got some ammo from a weapon. Oh yeah, I didn't need that. It's okay. It's okay. Probably wasn't gonna finish it this time anyway.
Show this fool the true nature of power.
Well, I just did that one to myself. But at least that means that we regenerated their trait.
You are no threat to me now, Ultramarine.
It'll take more than demons to kill a space marine.
Grant me your favor. Corrupt my flesh.
Got to get the melt a gun. Now I have a sniper rifle. I'll make use of it. I'll make use of it. Did I say I'll make use of it? What I meant to say is I'll die totally on purpose so I can get the melting gun. This is totally going to be the time. There's no way I could possibly die to these guys 3 times in a row. Could there be?
You are no threat to me now, Ultramarine.
Longer! It wasn't really necessary, but I can afford to mess around when I'm fighting demons.
Nothing can stop my ascension. Grant me your favor. Corrupt my flesh. Make me humankind. Show this fool the true nature of power.
It would take too long to execute him. I think I can get away with this one though. Especially since my shield is generating. Nice. Alright, now, worst comes to worst, we can use rage mode. Now I have enough shields to overcome his marketability. Good, good, good. Got him. I think they're gonna have. Yeah.
Already, our legions are pouring. The slave of the false emperor was trying to save this planet from one invasion. Instead, he ushered in
Killed like 5 of them without one hit. One shot. And the rest of these guys aren't a problem.
My entire invasion fleet will cross into this reality.
My marketability will overcome his marketability. What are you gonna do? You're just demons. You can't hurt me. Never send a demon to do an orc's job.
Titus, I have the will of the dark gods behind me, but you have no one. And you will die here, alone.
He might look powerful,
my servants
but he's not as marketable as me.
I am unassailable. The gods of chaos protect me with the very energies of creation.
Oh, it'll take more than them to protect you.
Forget, Nemeroth. I am no stranger to the touch of the warp.
Now that he's upgraded, that touch of the warp doesn't seem to be affecting him nearly as much. I've seen that a few times where they have this, where a villain has seemingly invincible base form, but then they get an upgrade that takes away their ultimate trump card.
If it takes 1,000 years, I will rise again and take my vengeance upon
Marketability.
the flesh. Oh, will I find your arms open in vain? A true son.
Never!
Can I use Fury mode right now? No, I don't think I can. Oh, maybe it's used for the heavier hit. No challenge. Well, not from him specifically, I mean.
Joining us soon.
Consider me disowned.
Look there, Ultramarine. You have saved this world.
Kind of makes me boyfriend material, doesn't it?
I see the Ultramarines are human, after all.
More than you know, Lieutenant.
position is here.
His injuries appear chaos inflicted. You are certain of this charge?
Captain Titus has been corrupted by chaos.
Traitor!
I am no heretic!
You lie! Only an agent of chaos could withstand such warp exposure.
I sent the demon to oblivion. But did you have unholy assistance?
Why would the unholiness assist me in destroying other unholiness?
To my authority, Captain, or the Inquisition must conclude that you have corrupted every Ultramarine under your command. Not to mention those who stand at your side.
It's not very logical, but...
Ignore his threats. Come on.
The Inquisition will destroy you, Mira.
And I can't let them do that to my girlfriend.
Dishonor. Leave my brothers and the lieutenant alone. I will come with you. I do not know why I can resist the touch of chaos, but I swear I will discover the truth.
We will discover many truths, Space Marine.
Codex Astartes leaves no room for doubt. You cannot touch the warp and emerge unscathed.
The Codex Astartes is a set of rules. They guide us, shape us as Ultramarines, teach us to hold duty and honor sacred above all. But how we live with those rules is the true test of a Space Marine. And you have failed.
Even when he's being arrested, he's still dropping the mic on people. It's just hilarious how they let him keep his gun as he's being hauled off to prison. You can't have a Space Marine without a gun, that would be heresy. Don't worry, he'll be out for the next game. Feels weird to say second because there've been so many other Warhammer games between this and Space Marine 2. Planetary invasion contained, strategy success is secured, ongoing status, quarantined by order of Inquisitor Thrax, recommended course of action, investigate Ultramarines, Captain Titus for evidence of heresy. You will find none such heresy. And thus began a 13-year running cliffhanger. Well, it's going to be 13 years when Space Marine 2 releases. Such a fun game. We need more shooter hack and slash hybrids. So good. So good. Ever since I played this game, I've been hooked on Warhammer. If you haven't played any Warhammer stuff, this is a great entry point for you. I'm excited for Space Marine 2. I'm not going to complain about it being pushed back to September 2024. Better that than for them to release it when it's unfinished. I've watched a video where this guy said he knew some people that played the game and they said it's fun, but there's a ton of glitches in Space Marine 2, so hopefully they'll have that fixed. The gameplay footage we've seen for Space Marine 2 looks incredible. Doesn't have the deepest narrative, but it's hard to care about that because you get so into the spirit of Ultramarine beasts mowing down heretics and orcs. Though I would like to see a little bit more complexity with Space Marine 2. I don't really comment on the story that much because there's not really too much to delve into. Even the plot twists is not very original because it's such a common plot twist for the guy you're taking orders from to turn out to be the bad guy. Specifically, Inquisitor Drogon turned out to be a fake puppet, flesh puppet thing. And it's not really a gut punch because you don't really care about Inquisitor Drogon that much. So remember to like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, and suffer not the orc to live.